All right, good morning. There you go. Good morning. Good morning. All right. Beautiful day out.
And Diane's back.
Yep, she is, huh? That's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's right. Give her a hand. We're happy to have her. So I just want to report out to on our closed session this morning. We have, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, 2 cases. Dennis Ponte versus County of Calaveras et al. Calaveras County Superior Court, case number 12CB38597. County of Calaveras versus Thornton et al. Eldorado Superior Court, case number SC20150086, and there was no action taken. Also, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, personnel matter, conference with labor negotiator Judy Hawkins, Deputy County Administrative Officer, Human Resources and Risk Management, regarding Human Resources Sheriff's Management Unit, SMU, and Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association, which is the CCPSEA, and Service Employees International Union, SEIU, negotiation, and also no action taken. So,
Chair, I'd just like to make note on item number 1, I was not present.
okay, so Debbie stepped out on that one. So could we stand for the pledge, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, first we have any announcements by the board? Okay.
I'd just like to draw your attention to the agenda. You'll notice on the regular agenda there are 2 number 9s. They are a duplicate. There is no number 10. So that we only talk about number 9 once, and we won't be talking about number 10.
And originally scheduled for today would have been the mid-year report that has been postponed until the March 8th meeting.
That mid-year report. So, we have recognition and acknowledgments, and we have a proclamation for Behavioral Health Services Mental Health Program. So we're going to adopt a proclamation honoring Dr. Robert K. Muller, MD, for his 8 years of service as county psychiatrist, and congratulating him on his retirement. And that's not all. We actually have a proclamation.
Yes, you got
Good morning. So today we have Dr. Robert Muller. Whereas Dr. Muller began his career with the County of Calaveras as a psychiatrist on December 10, 2007. Whereas throughout California, as part of the Mental Health Services Act, a shift from a medical treatment model to the wellness and recovery model became the new standard of service provision for consumers of mental health services. And whereas Dr. Muller has been a major force in leading the charge to effect a culture change of how mental health services are provided in Calaveras County, from mental illness focus to a mind health focused atmosphere. atmosphere, treating individuals as people rather than patients. And whereas Dr. Muller has consistently been supportive of the staff, provided words of encouragement, and viewed problems as opportunities while taking every chance to close it. Whereas Dr. Muller's top priority has been delivering quality consumer care while demonstrating a high degree of integrity, time, and drive. Whereas consumers of mental health services and staff alike have expressed how grateful they are for the dedicated and genuine care Dr. Muller provided to everyone who worked with and for, and how much will be missed. And therefore, we pray that Board of Supervisors, County of Calaveras, 23rd day of February 2016, we hereby honor and recognize Dr. Robert K. Muller and you for years of service and express our appreciation to Dr. Muller for his loyalty and leadership to the County of Calaveras, and wish him much happiness as he begins this new chapter in life. And I would like to call for the
So moved.
I have a motion by Senator Pont. Second. By Wright. Now, public comments, please. Public comments? Yes.
Good morning. George Fry. As an Army veteran and having PTSD, I have had the pleasure of having Dr. Muller as my psychiatrist. I think Dr. Muller is really an outstanding doctor. I was selected to be on the committee to interview Dr. Muller, and at the end of the interview, when he walked out of the interview room, I asked him to please take the position, and he did, obviously. And he's really good with people, and I'm sad that he's retiring, and I asked him what he was going to do. He said he thinks he's going to go back to Florida, get a boat, and spend the rest of his life on the boat. Yeah. And I would like to beg your indulgence to share the story of when you were in the emergency room and somebody famous in our country came to your emergency room. You remember that story?
Sure.
Would you share it with this room?
This was many years ago. George H.W. was in Naples, Florida for a speaking engagement. He was at one of our hotels and he became ill. In the emergency room, I had to be on duty. So it wasn't like I was chosen. But he had a heart problem and he was ill. We took care of him, got him in the hospital. And he did well. And the next day, they were going to bring a medical jet down and take him back to Houston. He refused that. And he said he wanted to go on a private plane. And they said, okay, but you have to take a doctor. Well, the only one he knew was me. So we had some commonality. We were talking about tennis while he was in there with the heart problem. So I worked all night, and I took this call that I was to be on vacation. So that's how I spent the next day. Visiting with H.W. Bush. Interesting experience.
Pretty cool.
Well, can I have a motion? Can I have a vote, please, on the proclamation?
Aye.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, Cliff. Good morning, John Lawless, Mental Health Director and Deputy Director of Health and Human Services. When I came here a year and a half ago, Dr. Muller had been well established in Calaveras County, and I didn't really know how to take him because most doctors you encounter are very standoffish and very prideful. And when I met Dr. Muller, he was very personable, very easy to talk to and get along with. And I just want to say, Dr. Muller, you're one in a million, and we are really going to miss you and appreciate all the good service you've provided while you've been here. Thank you.
Good morning, Rosemary Wilson. I'm also a member of the Mental Health Advisory Board, and although I should not be speaking on their part, I think Dr. Mullett has really provided a fantastic service whilst he's been here. We've accomplished an awful lot in terms of the Mental Health Services Act and various programs, and although I understand from John Lawless that he's tried to keep you here, I do understand why life on a boat off of Miami might be preferable, especially in cold weather, but we are going to miss you. Thank you for what you've done in Calaveras County.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None? Thank you, sir, for your 8 years of service here. I'm absolutely sure that you did a lot of good around here. You did a lot of work, I know. Here's your process.
Thank you for Calaveras County and people who made it work. And thank you to John, our mayor and director. It's been an interesting journey. It's been about 50 years. Starting when I was 17 and heading off to college to be an engineer as a little swirly guy. 4 years of college, 4 years of medical school, 40 years of medicine. It's been a 50-year ride, and enjoyed every part of it. The 28 years in emergency room, 14 in psychiatry, very interesting contrast. Before I say anything about that, there's only one person on the planet who was here for almost 50 years with me, and that's all I've been. Look at that. For 4 weeks in their work, it wasn't with me, and that's when I accepted a gig in Argentina to find a mom, to the doctor on a mom, and 3 feet ago. So other than that, she's been there every day, every week, and every month, every year. This is her family. You can see them there in the corner. Great work family. Care about the clients, case managers, therapists, crisis workers, fiscal people, clerical people. They make it possible that I just come in and work with patients. I spend less than 1% of my time doing anything other than seeing patients and doing looking at home. So that was a treat for me. What else can I say? The thing that kind of makes it work, at least it made it work for me, is care. You care about these people. And as people go up and ask how do you constantly work with the population? If you care about people, it becomes close pretty easy. If you don't care, it becomes drudgery, like cracking rocks. So, I learned a lot about caring from Lynn, my Italian mom, and other people along the way. So, I do care about these people, I do care about my work family, and that just makes it easy. I don't know what I'm going to care about the next 20 years, but that's fine. Year 12. Lastly, I like mantras. I'm a mantra person. Marketers use mantras to focus your mind. And that's why you know what I mean when I say focus it. Or just do it. Those are mantras. There's one mantra that every single one of my caseload clients have heard, and that is, as you think, so shall you be. And I, of course, didn't come up with that came out of the Bible. As you think, so shall you be. If you think sad, we'll stay on the place, of that person, you're going to have to. If you think fear, you'll have anxiety. So you have some control how you feel about controlling things. And my favorite mantra, which I say to myself every day, is only one life to live. but soon will pass. Holding what's done with love will last.
All right, so who's going to follow that act? Okay, so we'll move on to public comment. Public comment will be, how many people plan on speaking at public comment today? One? Two? Okay. We'll do 5 minutes. Any item of interest to public comment that is within subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the regular agenda. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued at the conclusion of the consent agenda in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of the comments to be heard. So, public comment, please.
Since somebody twisted my arm, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for this meeting at the town hall.
Could you identify yourself there? Mr. Reyes?
I'm from the 5th District. My name is Peter Reyes. And the town close to me is genuine. I want to thank you folks. It was a long day for you, and you earned your keep. And I appreciate the patience and understanding and compassion what you folks had to go through. I give my sympathy to all 5 of you because all the hard work you folks did. Those idiots up in Sacramento, there's a lot of mentally challenged folks up there. A lot of mentally handicapped, because it's going to go on a ballot. They come up with different stories, different arguments, different rules, different regulations. They bring in something Friday, it's an emergency, and Monday it's changed. So, I got my full sympathy for it. I hope you didn't make too many enemies. I just made some friends. Because you did take the patience and politeness to everybody who was speaking over there. So, I want to thank you on it. So, thank you muchly, folks. You and your keep. I know you guys had fun a minute. Or what, 10, 12 hours meeting? So today you guys got a break. You only have a 300-page agenda item. Congratulations. It's good to be in a room with a whole bunch of geniuses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Edson, members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Nick Baptista, the co-owner of the Valley Springs News, and I just want to address one of the items that was brought up during public comments last week. As Peter Reyes mentioned at the February 16th board meeting, the last time the county solicited bids for the printing of legal notices was back in 2011, January 6, 2011 to be specific. The contract was for 1 year, automatically renewable for 2 years unless the county gave 30-day notice prior to approval. Given that information, I would say the contract and auto renewals should have expired sometime in 2014. In the meantime, I have not received notification of an invitation to bid for a new contract. As co-owner of one of 2 newspapers of general circulation in Calaveras County, qualified and adjudicated to print the legal notices, I look forward to the county reopening the competitive process and the opportunity to submit a bid to handle the county's legal advertising and public notice requirements. Thank you very much for your consideration. A little bit of background, the Valley Springs News has been in operation for 33 years. This past Friday night, we had an open house celebrating our anniversary. We print private legal notices for fictitious business names. We've also printed public legal notices. Calco Fire prints their legal notices in our paper, along with Jenny Lynn Veterans Memorial Hall and Valley Springs Public Utility District. We also have in-house printing and do a lot of the newspapers or newsletters for the VFW, American Legion, Calaveras High School, and Toyota Middle School. Any questions?
Oh, well, thank you.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
I too would like to see the bidding process reopened for the Valley Springs News to have the opportunity to bid on the legal notices. I write a column, the Veterans Corner, in the newspaper. I appreciate the fact that the two owners give me that opportunity to share information. The Veterans Corner this coming Friday is the article I've written. It gives a complete overview of the 17-18 country's budget for veterans. So I would hope that you would purchase it in the newspaper and read the budget. It's a thorough accounting of what the VA is asking for. The second item has to do with the American Legion Boys State. Thus far, we have interviewed 11th grade boys from two high schools, Linden High School and Calaveras High School. The caliber is second to none. And we have selected two boys and two alternates, from two boys at each high school and two alternates. And the 6 candidates that came out of both of those schools, we could have selected all 6 of them. I mean, it was just absolutely amazing. And one of the boys we selected out of Linden, he is the 3rd brother over the years that's been selected for Boys State. This coming week, we will be going to Bret Harte to select 2 more candidates and an alternate. And once again, I would ask that the board members consider giving a donation and for Boys State. I'm not asking you to give $330 for each boy. If you could possibly write a check for $50 or $25 towards the cost for our American Legion post to send these boys to Boys State, that would be greatly appreciated. I thank you for that. And once again, I would like to thank Supervisor Edson and Supervisor Kearney for continuing to come to our events at Post 102 in Valley Springs. And additionally, I'd like to thank Supervisor Edson for his generous monetary donation to the young folks at our crab feed who worked to serve meals to everybody. So thank you very much. Have a great day. Thanks.
Good morning, Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. I'm not representing the IHSS committee today, but I did distribute a copy of the newsletter to each of all of you and a few to the audience. And if there's anybody that would like a copy, there's a pile under here. Just to let you know that we finally have a full membership, and we look forward to a really productive year this year. And we have a presentation scheduled for next month, and we hope to have some successful reports to give you at that time. So thank you.
Okay, any other public comments?
Good morning, Bill McManus, Calaveras Project. I'd also like to address, refer back to the meeting of last week, considering the information that was being talked about for the new ordinances that are being drawn up. In a lot of that, there was some chaos. The microphones weren't that great. Voices were back and forth. It was a little hard to tell what was going on with the board. In some cases, there was misinformation. In some cases, there was bad information. In some cases, it may have even been qualified as a lie. So what I'd like to do between now and the time that the draft ordinance is being pulled up is try to address some of these issues. Of course, the big lie, in my opinion, is that smoking marijuana is medicine. But the jug of Kool-Aid appears to be empty, so there's no sense going over that topic right now. At the meeting, during the chaotic conversations, one voice was heard above others when it came to manufacturing, and that was Supervisor Ponte, who seemed to want to characterize manufacturing as being a bakery, and made the comment a couple times. That's not exactly true, and instead evoked a vision of your grandmother in the kitchen baking cookies and yummy muffins for all the boys and girls. I think it's neat to know what the manufacturing is all about. Rather than being grandma's kitchen, this is more like a factory for rocket fuel. Depending on the method that's used and the license, the end result is to produce highly concentrated THC for a use in a variety of ways. In the volatile solvent category, we have chemicals like butane, propane, toluene, 100% isopropyl alcohol, denatured alcohol, serline, acetone, and Everclear. These are hardly the ingredients you find in Grandma's Betty Crocker cookbook. For further definition on these and maybe some explanation, I would refer you to AB 266, section 19300.5, paragraph Y, and also to AB 266, section 19341, paragraphs A and B. These are not bakeries, and I hope that the board, and I'm sure the board, will consider exactly what's going on in these facilities. In the past, one supervisor has asked me about hash oil and what is entailed in it, and that was Supervisor Kearney. What I did was give him a printout that describes the three methods for producing hash oil. No one else has asked for it. I have copies should someone want one, or I can give you the website where you can get it yourself. So I hope that as we move forward, that we get away from the hysteria and the misinformation and concentrate on what is really going on with the marijuana ordinance. Thank you for your time.
All right, any other public comments? Okay. Well, you got one? I got one. All right.
Good morning, Kaz Tomaszewski, Executive Director of the Calaveras Cannabis Alliance. To address the issue of manufacturing and how it is defined, the important thing to remember is that there is two classes of manufacturing, non-volatile and volatile. The volatile class of manufacturing does involve dangerous compounds that are caustic and or explosive. However, they are used in ways that are well established in other industries, such as botanical extractions. The standards of storage and usage of these chemicals is nothing different than what you find in a gas station or a foundry or in a botanical extraction facility, which exists already in the country. However, the non-volatile manufacturing are things as simple as shaking a mesh bag, and they do involve mom-and-pop bakeries, and those things we do consider to be more benign. So while there is potential for danger in there, there is important distinction to be made, one that is laid out by the state in those two classes of manufacturing. We do believe they should be treated differently. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, any other public comments? All right, let's move on to a regular agenda. Agenda item number 4, Administrative Office.
What you have before you today, Board, is the introduction after a waiving of reading requirements of an ordinance relating to fire mitigation fees. This came to our office basically last summer. Calaveras Consolidated Fire District Board had conducted a public hearing and approved certain fire impact fees for residential and non-residential development. They then brought that request to the county for adoption. And not knowing a whole lot about fire impact mitigation fees, I had some conversations with county council and brought in the planning director, Peter Maurer, because I really wasn't sure or what it entailed. And then we had final budget, we had a fire, and it took a little while to get back to looking at this. But since then, the staff has been working to craft a necessary ordinance that would have to be in place for the board to review today in order to move forward with fire district impact fees. The ordinance has been set up such that a fire district who wants to institute such a fee must pass a resolution per the specifications within the ordinance. The district must agree to pay for the required nexus study. There has to be a nexus study done between what they want to do or use the fees for, the capital improvement plan, and what those fees would entail. So they must do a nexus study. It must be reviewed by outside counsel, and those costs must be borne by the fire district and cannot be passed on to developers and as part of the mitigation fee. So once they've put together their capital improvement plan and have the nexus study showing how that relates to the fees, that capital improvement plan, as outlined in the nexus study, must then be approved by the Planning Commission. Once the district performs all its obligation under the ordinance and the nexus study is legally defensible, the county then would follow the procedures of the Fee Act and adopt a resolution imposing the fee. One of the concerns that initially the Assistant County Counsel, David Sirius, had expressed was that not only would this affect Calaveras Consolidated Fire District, it would affect any fire district that would want to impose such a fee. They would have to go through the same process as outlined in the ordinance. And when we were looking to write the ordinance, we thought it would be a simple thing, just look at what other counties do. And we learned that there really weren't an abundance of counties that actually have fire mitigation impact fees. In fact, we went out to El Dorado County for a copy of theirs, and they said, well, we're in the process of rewriting it. So one of the important things is we don't know what the cost associated with this would be. It will be a significant undertaking, possibly for the county, depending on how many fire districts wish to avail themselves of the fee. Administration of the fire mitigation fees may impact resources and planning in the auditor, controller, and admin offices. The annual fire year accountings is required by law, along with implementation of each fee. Again, maybe targets of taxpayer scrutiny, and the fire districts will really need to be able to support their nexus study and with their capital improvement plan. And one of the big things that was recommended by the counties that had this as we move forward was that adoption of the ordinance will require that all the financial risks to support and defend the fire mitigation fee will be that of the fire district and not of the county.
Okay.
Questions? Shirley, do you know if this particular ordinance was vetted through any other fire districts other than Calaveras Consolidated or the Fire Chief Association of
It
Cal Fire?
wasn't. Actually, it was vetted through County Council and the Planning Department. We did because it was Consolidated Fire that had asked about it. We forwarded them a copy of the proposed ordinance. But since we had not heard from any of the other fire districts that they were interested in, we had not sent that out to the other fire districts. Basically, from what Assistant District Attorney, County Counsel David Sirius had recommended was the parts of this ordinance really should not be up for negotiation. These are critical not only to protect the fire district by requiring the nexus study, have it reviewed and certified, have it go through the Planning Commission, and having the responsibility of defending that back on the fire districts and not on the county. He felt were very non-negotiable, but these needed to be maintained to protect everyone.
Any other questions from the board? Public comments? Jason, do you want to get up and talk about this?
Morning, Supervisors. My name is Blair Oz. I'm with SCI Consulting Group, and I'm Director of Planning Services for SCI. And we were retained by Calaveras Consolidated Fire Protection District to prepare the Nexus study and the proposed fee program. That fee program was, the Nexus study was prepared, which establishes the legal and policy basis for imposing the fee. And that Nexus study and proposed program was brought before the District Board of Directors and approved in June of 2015. And that resolution also had requested that the County Board of Supervisors consider adoption of that fee program on your behalf. And as working with Ms. Ryan, that there was an indication that the ordinance should be written that would detail the substantive requirements and the procedural requirements for imposing these types of fees, which it does. And it also addresses some other county logistical requirements as well. And so we actually helped the county in preparation to prepare the notice or the ordinance, and we reviewed it and support it. We find that it's consistent with the substantive and procedural requirements of the Mitigation Fee Act, and the county's requirements are reasonable and not uncommon of other ordinances by other cities and counties throughout the state. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those for you.
Question?
Yes.
So are you doing this just for the Calaveras Consolidated District? Have you incorporated any other fire districts in the county or had discussions with CAL FIRE? Is this a duplication? Is this a standalone ordinance?
We would be happy to work with the other districts. The law does require that a nexus study be prepared for each separate fire protection district. Mm-hmm. But a lot of the work in establishing the ordinance is a big first step. So it'd be a lot less work for the other districts.
Was there any work involved, or was an invitation asked to the Fire Chief Association?
Answer that. Yes, there was. One of our models is consolidated, identifying duplications in service. When we consolidated both the Jenny Lynn and Foothill Fire Protection Districts and redundancies. One of the things that I did prior to exploring this opportunity is when we looked at our current fee structure, noticed that they haven't been updated not only in our fire district, but the county in over 2 decades. It was really time to identify this need in not only our district, but throughout the county. So the invitation was sent out when I did some preliminary fact-finding and said, hey, there's an opportunity for us to do some cost sharing, show the value. That time it was declined, and rightfully so, where a lot of this groundwork we're doing, we are setting precedents for other districts to make it a little bit easier for them to move through their process, making the ordinance generic, not identifying Calaveras Consolidated Fire Protection District. That gives them that segue to move forward. But yeah, each study, is based off our capital improvement plan, our needs, and then those formulas are adjusted off of each specific need for the fire districts. So
right now, no other fire districts involved in this process?
Correct.
Okay.
But we are informing them of the process. Some of them have not, has never gone through this process, so we're kind of the pioneers as far as addressing this need. And because the need is, as development occurs within our county, is our fire districts already taxed enough as far as, or I should say tapped enough for resources. We want to make sure that we do not become outpaced with the development and impacting our district. So this is, more of a proactive approach than reactive. But yeah, there's many opportunities that we're not only trying to cooperate with other fire districts on this particular piece, but several other arenas as well.
So right now, there's no participation from other fire districts?
Correct.
And does this duplicate the building code requirements and fees that are currently requested?
I don't follow. What was the question?
Sometimes within the building code, there's specific things in here that to me seem to duplicate what is required in the building code, and when somebody's pulling a building permit, they're paying fees associated with that. I didn't know if perhaps this ordinance kind of duplicated some of what the building code already has.
Well, Rick can correct me what I'm wrong, but what I believe is we're reevaluating some of these costs, and what our fees are being collected now through the building department are dated 20 years ago. Since then, our costs have gone up, and there's no longer alignment with the services that we need to provide.
These are specifically to assist with capital improvement plans for the fire districts. The one that I believe that you're thinking of, Supervisor Ponte, is the $900 fire fee for whether or not somebody wants to build a tank to the specifications that are needed, or pay into the water mitigation fund, the water enhancement mitigation fund, or whatever, water enhancement fund. And that money was used to buy water tenders for those people who are in a fire district, but there's no nearby fire hydrant and there's no other source of water. So we do have the water enhancement fees that go into that water enhancement fund and have been used to purchase water tenders. This is something very separate from that.
Okay. It just kind of gives the impression there's duplication. So.
This is not a new fee, correct, Jason? This is an update?
Correct.
And it hasn't been updated in over 2 decades, safely over 2 decades. And we're not asking for an ordinance that places a requirement on existing homes. This is on new development and new structures being built, correct?
That is correct, Supervisor. So the fee is just charged on new residential and non-residential construction, in that the fire district is charged with protecting residents of homes and their homes, and businesses and the employees of those businesses. And so as those homes and businesses grow, they need to expand their facilities, their equipment and apparatus to serve the growing community. Is essentially the purpose there. It's not, yeah.
And I just want to clarify, this is a new fee. It is not an update of an old fee. This is a brand new fee.
I would agree with that. Yeah. So it's, I mean, the district has a fee in place, but it's being replaced because there's a whole new new fee program that's being brought forward. It's not just an update based upon the assumptions that were of the fee that's currently in place.
This would replace the existing fee.
Right.
So we're not going to have two fees out there.
Correct.
Okay. And but still, it's on new development.
On new development.
So a housing development goes in. This is just an ability to update, as opposed to something that might have been assessed on 20-year-ago values on current values.
Correct.
Correct? Mm-hmm. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So as any community moves forward, and 20 years ago, quite frankly, the cost of anything, including food, was way less. And so what you're saying here is that this just brings it up to where it should be, so that fire district can operate at the capacity it needs to operate in order to provide service that quite frankly we require of them. Okay, and so even the cost of equipment alone is horrendous. So this is capital improvement.
Right. So yeah. So the proceeds from the fee go towards only expansion of the facilities, so the stations or any other associated buildings, apparatus, so fire engines, tenders, and then any associated equipment as well. So it's just for those only.
All right. So I know for a fact in my district, anyhow, it is very difficult for Calco to cover the massive area that they have, just with what they have. If you go down to the Wallace-Burson area, there's your response times are suffering. Not to mention the fact that I'm sure that there's some kind of impact on people's insurance policies because of that response time. And so, really, we need to be able to try to solve that issue. I think it's a really good idea to try to solve it on new construction, and for really a pittance compared to what the cost is of even one extra 5-minute trip. So thanks for bringing this forward.
I got a question. In the Nexus study, have you identified how much your fee is going to be increasing, or how much the fees are going to be increasing?
Yes, and we would bring that forward at the later time if the ordinance does go forward. Then there would be a resolution with the proposed fee program to establish that specific program, and then any of the other fire agencies could do the same, bring forward a Nexus study, a proposed program once the ordinance is established.
So the process is do the Nexus study so that they could determine the fees, but that is based on the capital improvement plan that has to be approved by the Planning Commission, and then they would come back to the board with the actual fees.
Thank you. I was just wondering if I thought you said you'd already completed the Nexus study.
Yes. And the proposed fee is $1.01 per square foot for new residential development, and that is in line with fee programs of similar comparable districts across the state. And we prepare a lot of those fee programs. We're actually working in El Dorado County to prepare all of the fee programs for all the fire districts there as well. And I would represent that what you typically find is when you have a fire agency serving, having a fire system and system being facilities, equipment, and apparatus, and it's serving a much more dense population, you have the existing level of service is much less, and so they typically have lower fees to maintain the existing level of service. Unfortunately, when you get out to more rural communities that have to have a larger fire system because they need more stations and more equipment, more apparatus in a larger geography to have a reasonable response time. You have a larger system but a smaller population, and that tends to have the fee be higher than more urban communities. But I would represent it at $1 per square foot. That's in line with all the other fee programs for similar agencies, some of the ones that are being currently updated in El Dorado County as well.
And how much is that a raise from?
It's significant. It's if I recall correctly, the current fee is $300 for a unit.
For a unit. So any size.
Right.
And again, I just want to make clear that, yes, their Nexus study has been done. It has not been certified according to the council. So they really have to have an outside council look at it, certify that it conforms to, and the fees are reasonable, and follow the capital improvement plan. That capital improvement plan has to be approved by the Planning Commission. So it's not just, here's a Nexus study that we had done over here, and now we want to charge these fees. There really is a pretty good process to go through to ensure that those fees are valid.
All right, so it's going to come back again.
It is.
Yeah, I just wanted to get an idea of what you thought, so people kind of had an idea of where we were headed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'd be happy to bring forward a full presentation on the full program, and we're confident it'll meet the substantive and legal requirements of the Mitigation Fee Act, and we'll certainly make sure that it's in compliance with the proposed ordinance before you next morning.
Supervisor Albert?
I'm going to ask the question. This is a fee, not a tax, right?
Correct.
I think the voters of this county has a say in what's going to be happening in this issue. I am fortunate in District 3. We have passed the tax, and our fire district runs very well in response time, very well staffed. I think the public should be aware that they have a say in this type of fee or tax, or having the ability to vote on whether they want a tax/fee. That kind of rubbed me the wrong way, that the public doesn't have a say in this.
Well, certainly the board, the district board, held a public hearing on the proposed fee program, so took input from the public, and I'm sure when a resolution, if the ordinance is passed, and then the subsequent resolution establishing the district's program went before your board, there'd be a public hearing to take public comment on that as well. But it is not a tax. It is a fee, and the fee is charged on new residential development. So we're just meeting the requirements of law. There isn't really a mechanism for voter approval of
tax
development impact fee.
on every citizen.
Right.
It's not a tax. This is not a tax on every citizen. This is only a fee based on new development.
Okay, so if you, in the Calaveras Consolidated Fire District, if the voters in that district elected to vote on a tax to provide funds for the Calaveras Consolidated, would that be beneficial instead of a fee on new construction? I'm just going to compare the two.
So really, when you're talking about apples and oranges, when a tax, say in Evans Pass, near Fire Protection District, in my opinion, is the model that we should have in the county when it's fire-based EMS, that tax goes directly towards the staffing of that firehouse to provide those services, advanced life support, the guaranteed response that can address the response time issue. We have the same issues in our district. Our dynamic is we are only a few fire districts in the whole county that does not have a special tax that addresses staffing needs. We rely solely on a couple, I'd say 2 full-time employees, along with myself as full-time, and remaining volunteers. They receive a stipend. None of us full-time employees receive any type of medical benefit we receive or retirement. And then our volunteers receive a stipend of, I think it equates to a couple dollars an hour. So that is a separate issue that we are also, as far as our strategic plan moving process, we need to address. We're the busiest fire district in the county. We protect a third of the county's population, and it's also an area we have to address. But this fee for new development, we need to make sure that when new development comes in for every house, that now spreads the services that we're providing to our existing citizens, spreading it even thinner. 28% of our calls overlap. That means we're servicing one customer 28% of the time when the second 911 call comes in. So we're very busy. That's what, if they're going to come in there and start diluting the services that we are currently providing, this fee will help ensure that they are paying their fair share and that the taxpayers that are currently paying for our services are not, losing out.
To your knowledge, or maybe the board can help me on this, has any proposition brought forth to the public, the voters in your district, about any type of...
Correct. We have.
And what was the results of that?
The result, we surveyed, I think about 3 years ago, we surveyed as far as what type of services does the community want. We think it's only good manners to ask the public what services they want when it comes into advanced. And it was the way the survey was worded. Some of the people that had a large amount of land, they tested a very high return or tax that they would be imposed on. They had some strong feelings. What we did receive word back for that survey is we need to get out and educate the public, show the benefits. It was also in the height of the fire fee that was just imposed on them, and we've had some opportunities to educate the public that we do not receive any funds for those fire prevention fees directly to us. So there's been a lot of participation, attended community group meetings, was a part of establishing safety committees. So, our public, that's who we work for, is our citizens. So based off of our interaction with them is how we start driving and providing those services.
Okay, so Chief, we never had a ballot issue about if you will, a consolidated fire tax for the area. That's never been put on a ballot for your people.
Not under my.
Has it been ever? Does anybody know?
I believe in the past they've had.
It was discussed at a meeting, but I, with all respect, I still want to draw back to the fact that this is a fee. And right now we have a fee of $300, if I heard everybody correct. And basically this fee is, hasn't been updated in over 2 decades. And it is a fee on new development so that we can continue to support our firefighters anywhere throughout the county that we go to in providing that service to their particular district if they so seek to go to a nexus study and update it in their district, and they will get what might be a current fee, no different than many of the other fees that are assessed on a new building that aren't taxes either. I mean, the word tax is a very wide and broad term. You could get into all sorts of things that are taxes, but legitimately, this is just a fee. Now, the onus might still be on Cal Consolidated to seek a tax if that's what they seek to do. And he has brought that up in an open assembly that I attended, and even some of the faces I attended. And it was at a very infancy stage in presentation. And they may go back to try that again. But this is different than that. Right now, to me, it's not fair to the people who exist in these fire districts when a new home pops up and we have to provide them service based on a fee that was developed over 2 decades ago. And this is an update, no different than something else that's on our agenda. And I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. It's a support of a service provided based on new people coming to our area. And it is critical because we are seeing homes start being built out. On 26, there's a home development that sat idle for many years that's starting to be built out. And that will further stress Cal Consolidated's efforts to provide service to them. And the Wallace area was mentioned also. When the new homes come up, that's one more potential for a call for them. And we need to have some way to support them in this. And this fee is not the only answer. But I go back to the fact that the onus is on Cal Consolidated for the other part of the answer, not the Board of Supervisors. But this fee will help solve some of their financial need in providing the service to the people who get on the phone and make the call for help.
My concern is, once again, we saw this happen 3 years ago with the state. I want to make sure that we're not going to fall into that trap where we have the state fire prevention fee for the rural areas, all the way from the Bay Area to the Oregon line. I know this is a fee, but I'm concerned how the public is going to perceive this and deal with it, to be quite honest with you. Chief, you guys are doing a great job. Once again, I'm worried about what the public's going to be thinking about this and how the reaction is going to be.
All right, so I'd like to hear from the public.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Chief.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cameron Todd. I'm a citizen of Valley Springs and a retired California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection Battalion Chief. I'd like to speak on this matter as a citizen of this fire district. There's a few things that I heard that I wasn't going to mention, but that brought questions into my mind. Are we comparing our fees and our people in this county to El Dorado County? I mean, holy cow, talk about a completely different operation there. So if we're basing what the fees are going to go to based on what's going on in El Dorado County, which is a sleeper community of Sacramento, and our hard-working blue-collar workers out here and what we make, apples and oranges is right. That's completely different. And the other thing I wanted to mention is, yeah, it's a new construction fee, and we can think that we're taking it out of the developers' pockets, but we're not. We're taking it out of the pockets of the people that are buying those homes. So that needs to be taken into account whenever you think about this stuff. It's coming out of somebody's wallet that's going to be moving into that house and be a member of our community. In 2014, Calaveras Consolidated Fire District did a survey. They sent out a mailer to everybody in the district asking whether or not they would support additional fees for the fire department needs as they saw them. They hired a consulting firm. The consulting firm handled all of that. They did a presentation to the community in 2014, and they told Calaveras Consolidated Fire Department, Chief Olson, who was there, your community does not support new fees. They do not support this. Don't move forward for 3 years. It has not been 3 years. It's been 2 years. They were told you need to go out there and do a public relations campaign, explain to the community what it is that you do, get the support before you come forward with anything like this again. And yet here we are. Also, during the meeting and the public presentation, there was overwhelming opposition to new fees and new taxes. The CAL FIRE fee was one of them that everybody was opposed to, but the burden of all of the fees and all of the taxes was clearly stated, even though Chief Olson gave a very good description of the needs of that fire department. What I heard was, we support you. You're doing a great job, but stay within your budget. We don't want to be paying any more fees. We don't want to be paying any more taxes. And that's what this is. And the last item I will say on this is, where is the Calaveras Chiefs Association on this? It's going to impact the entire county. All of your fire departments are going to be impacted by this. They should have approached them first. They should have gotten approval from the community first, and then come forward with this to you. If you have your community support, if you have your other fire chiefs standing beside you, it should make your vote a lot easier. Thank you.
My name is Vicki Mills. I'm in favor of any way a special fire district can get new funds. Being a former board member on one special district, it is hard to live with what you get from property tax and such. However, I want to clear up something in the definitions of this ordinance, because everybody is saying new development. No, that's not what your ordinance says. Development shall include all projects involving the issuance of a permit for construction, reconstruction, remodeling, and any work requiring any permit under the county code or ordinance of the county. Gentlemen and ladies and Debbie, that would be if somebody pulled a permit to do a new roof. You have an existing structure and you're putting on a new roof, and it is not, as long as you put on the same exact roof that you had, there is not an exemption in this ordinance for that. So you have homeowners, not new development, homeowners that are going to get hit with a mitigation fee. If it was just new development, an actual development project, that would be one thing. But with the wording in this definition of development in this ordinance, that is not what we are looking at. Another thing I had a problem with on the definitions. This capital improvement plan has to be adopted and updated annually by the Board of Supervisors, which indicates the approximate location, size, time of availability, and estimated cost of capital improvements. So that means that the Board of Supervisors would have to approve any capital improvement that this district, the district, under this ordinance, would be doing. It wouldn't be the district board approving it. It would have to come back to you annually to approve their capital improvement. I'm sorry, I don't think you should be mixed up in that. It's their district, their board should be the only board that is approving the CIP. And that's it. Thank you.
Good morning. Mike Johnson, Evans Pass Fire District. I'd like to say hello to the Board of Supervisors. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. I'm not speaking from a subject matter expert necessarily on this one topic, but as a fire chief, I do support the idea of research into the particular item that's been brought forward today, as far as, to vet it out, just to ensure that our Calaveras fire suppression folks are using the current industry standard for these types of mitigation fees. And if they've been, not updated in years, possibly, just to make sure that we're just in line. Not in line with necessarily, a distant county that doesn't share the exact, demographics as our area, but what's right for Calaveras. And if it's updated and appropriate the way it stands at the fees, then that's great, by an organization like ours. And if it needs some work or look into it, then I think that's a good practice as well, just to make sure that it's within the parameters of what's going on in other places that are, similar to our own. So I look at some things such as pre-fire plans and things that districts need resources for beforehand, before there's an emergency response as well. And sometimes these fire mitigation fees support those types of activities long before emergencies ever needed, as far as a new development or something along those lines. And once again, these are a few things that I put down on my piece of paper this morning. Wasn't something I came prepared to talk about, but just some thoughts that came to my mind. I wanted to share it with all of you this morning. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks, Eugene.
I'm Peter Reyes from General Inn. I'm fortunate enough to be a member of this fire district. And mark the calendar. I do support the fees because those guys are kind of overstretched. They consolidated because the Wallace area was kind of needing some help. So as far as the principle of it overall, yes, I do support it. And you're not going to hear it from me about giving more money to the government in general. One concern over here that I get suspicious on 15.08.050B, the county shall charge the district each year for any deficiency of the previous fiscal years. You guys are going to charge 2%. I presume it's going to go to the planning department. And if there's deficiency, you're going to go back against the firefighters. I don't like it personally. It's got to be a little bit of clearance on that. And if you want to see some costs going up, the next item you're going to see some cost increases. So any of you folks here, stick around for the next item also. But the firefighters do have elected board. You guys way overloaded, 1,000-page agendas. The district each have elected 5 representatives. Let them earn their keep also. You shouldn't be burdened by it. It's a local fee in this particular area for new development that you're going to be, let's say, suggested from planning department. The planning department is going to hit you real hard at the next agenda. I really support this item as a ratepayer and a resident of the district. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kim Olson. I am on the board for Calaveras Consolidated Fire Protection District. And as Mr. Todd referred to me, I was the fire chief when we looked into a possible tax assessment or a tax benefit assessment. And we did. We hired an agency that surveyed our constituents, surveyed our community to see if they would support a tax benefit or a tax assessment. And the majority of the people that were in the room were large property owners that when the survey went out to them, they were asked if they would support a benefit assessment, which equated to sometimes $3,000 a year to them. And when we found that out, we said, no way, we would never support that. But the majority of the people in the room were given this survey that blew us out of the water. We didn't know. But the survey was, would you support a benefit assessment or a tax assessment for fire protection? After the meeting, there was about 3 or 4 people that were very upset that came up to me and wrote us a check and said, I'm sorry, we didn't know. We didn't know that your firefighters are getting paid $2 an hour. We didn't know that you don't have any retirement. We didn't know that you don't have any medical. And we didn't know that the last new fire engine you bought was 20 years ago. So we did. We went out into the community as much as we can, educate people, and we've got a lot of support now. I think we're in a lot better position to go for a flat benefit, tax benefit, and hopefully we'll get that on the next ballot. But on this issue, we continually have new subdivisions being built in our jurisdiction. Wallace Lake Estates is one. They have 100+ homes that are going to be going in down there, and we do not have the money to build a fire station. We don't have the finances to spend another $450,000 to $500,000 for a fire engine to go down there. The only way we're going to be able to protect these areas is so when a person does buy that home, they pay an upfront fee so we can build a fire station, so we can buy the fire engine to go in the fire station. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to do it. And with ISO, the Insurance Services Agency, when we have a long response time, their insurance rates are going to reflect that. They go to a non-covered area when it's greater than 5 miles and no water. So people in Wallace Lake Estates are probably going to be paying anywhere between $1,500 and $3,000 a year for fire insurance, when we could probably build a fire station down closer to their area, meet the response time criteria, and they save money. So I don't know. I don't know how we're going to do it. I don't know how we're going to cover the district. I don't know how we're going to cover fire engines if we don't look at areas of this where we can generate revenue. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Tim Runyon, resident in Valley Springs, Wallace, Burson area, somewhere around there. Also on the board for Calco Fire. 32 years public safety, retired battalion chief out of Stockton. And I can tell you, if we don't provide hose, fire engines, axes, we can't do our job. And that's what this is about. This is about being able to give the firefighters the tools to do their job. And it is, the intent of this is basically for new construction, for pulling a permit and being able to finance that equipment. And it's extremely important. And being on the board, it's mostly public safety. People have retired. We don't get paid much. I think it's about this much. So we took a vote to increase our salary by 3, so we're making 3 zeros. We do it because we love it. We do it because we're committed to our community. But we need your support to be able to move forward on this so we can give the tools and equipment to the firefighters to do the job. A stipend $70. I think it's $70 for a 24-hour shift for a firefighter. They're doing it for nothing pretty much. That'll pay their fuel and food, and that's about it. So we've got a heck of a commitment from our folks, but we need your help too, and we need to be able to provide the tools. Chief Robitel has done an outstanding job in writing grants. We just got a matching grant for a fire engine. We are getting one that's not going to be 20 years old, finally. Something we need. We're spending tens of thousands of dollars. And as a board, to run a budget with very little money, it's extremely difficult. And yes, this will be a multi-phased approach. We do want to look at a potential flat tax or something in the future. We do want to expand to advanced life care. I've been a paramedic for over 30 years. I can tell you ALS is huge when it comes to survivability. And it's something that we can offer. And we are the busiest fire district in the county. We run the most calls, but we're not the biggest. So please, if we can get your support tonight, I would really appreciate that, and thank you for listening.
Good morning, Mark Jones with My Valley Springs, and I do live in Valley Springs, and these are the people that cover my area where I live. But basically, I just think we need a lot more public outreach on this. I mean, that a lot of people don't know about this. They have had some meetings, but just a lot more stuff. I mean, that's one of myvalleysprings.com's mantra. And I think this whole process will go a lot better if there's a lot more public outreach. They have a couple of meetings, you know, big meetings, community-wide meetings, and just get people informed on it, because people just don't want it like, oh my gosh, I just opened the paper and all of a sudden there's something else I have to pay. They probably just don't understand it. If you explain it to them, they understand it, the outcome could be positive. Thank you.
Rosemary Wilson, McCullum Hill, and just for the people who haven't seen me before, I was one to have lost my house in in Mountain Ranch. Seems to me that if it hasn't been increased in 20 years, that someone has been asleep at the wheel. I mean, things go up in price, and it just seems that I don't know what else is going to come before the board, that it's going to be another reflection on failure to act and leaving things be for 20 odd years, and then there be something that comes up and all of a sudden it's it becomes an issue. I think people should be responsible for that sort of stuff. I'm not even sure what waiving the reading requirements specifically pertain to, but now I've lost my train of thought. The lady that spoke before seems to bring up a very good point. I mean, at one point it's 1.01 or so dollars per square foot of new builds. And the next minute, if it is true what the good lady said, it's going to be additional taxes every time somebody makes improvements to their existing house, which is a lot different. And oftentimes, when you make the improvements, they're probably going to be towards a safer house. And if you put replace a shingle shake roof with a tin roof or such, it's likely to be in the direction of making things more fire safe. I'd like clarification as to what this is actually about. Is it about increasing the rates on new builds? Or is it about something that is likely to impact everybody that makes an improvement? And I appreciate Debbie's comments on whether or not the increase is a duplication of other fees. It seems like if you're going to have a fire district to be effective, they're going to need newer equipment, and I'm not against that. Although I do wonder what new fire equipment would have done for my property in the Butte fire. It's a hard one to say, but we really need some clarification so that we can so that you guys can better understand whether it is, as Supervisor Kearney said, for new builds or if it's for existing buildings. And I think that's something that should be available by reading the document, although I haven't had a chance to do that. Thank you.
Colleen Platt, my Valley Springs. Good morning. I want to echo a couple of the other comments from people. It's a long way away. We would have liked to see more public outreach on this and more community education before it came before the board. We were unaware of it until it came on the board agenda. There are a lot of questions to be answered. We did all the research we could in the limited amount of time, and I looked at we wanted to clarify what existing fire fees we already were paying, as Debbie mentioned, and I found the public building department pie chart that tells you where all your fees go, and evidently we're still, new houses are still paying the $900 for the fire tender and the $300 for a fire fee. So we had the similar questions. Is this overriding the $300 on top of it? We also wondered, is the water tender almost paid off? We looked in the budget and it looked like it was, the loan was close to being paid off. So is that fee going to go away anytime soon? So we were asking about that. You know, what are people already paying and what will they be paying when this goes through? So last night I finally found a Nexus study and resolution on Calco Fire's website back last June when they approved it, but I haven't had time to read the whole 30 pages. But it does look to me like there's various fees for various categories. I thought I saw $1.08 per square foot on residential fire fee, and commercial was $1.41 per square foot, and office was $1.71. And I think there was even an agriculture category, but again, I haven't seen that. So for a 2,000 square foot home, if they're paying $300 now, they'll pay $2,160. That would be under this fee cost. So we just think there ought to be a little bit more vetting of this before it goes forward, and evidently it will. It'll have to go through this again, but it would have been helpful for that to have happened already before we got to this point. So more public outreach and more education. Thank you.
Good morning, Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. I just had some, not my topic, but it provoked a couple of thoughts that I had that I don't mind taxes and fees and assessments as long as they're done in a fair and equitable way, that there's no exemptions for anybody, there's no exceptions, there's no loopholes, there's no poopholes, everybody's in at the same level. Oftentimes we don't see that happening. My question also is on new construction, old construction, and is it a one-time fee or is it an annual fee? And if we're talking about new development, is this an assessment that the developer pays, and does he have to pay it up front, or is this going to be one of these things after the fact, like the Voorhees thing, where they get out of it at the end? Is it the contractor that has to pay this fee when they build the house, or is it the homeowner that buys the house? I think it's real important that it's all out in front. It's not sneaky. There's total transparency, because we've been getting caught short too much, and we have a lot of questions that I think still need to be answered.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Al Segala, Calaveras County Taxpayer Association. We had some pretty good comments on this, and I agree with a lot of what's been said. The taxpayers like to see that connection between cost and benefit. And I think the word is nexus. In other words, if you charge a fee, you should be able to show that that fee is needed and that it's just not something that comes in for income. It's there for a purpose. Now, we've had some experience over this last year about fire, and there's been more than one person in this county has looked at this experience with the thoughts of not repeating the same mistakes, actually making ourselves more fireproof. Well, that means that some properties are more of fire danger than others. There's activity on properties that are more dangerous than others as far as fire goes. Okay, if you agree with that, then it follows, if we want to use the nexus, we need to attach the cost to the danger. We need to attach the cost to the danger. How do we do that? Well, it looks like we have to get out of the box and start thinking about this. We have enough experts that can look at a property and evaluate it on some sort of scale of A through D or something as far as needing fire protection. We also know that over the last 20 years, the building code has changed. One of the changes that occurs in the building code is to make the properties more fireproof. When properties are more fireproof and less likely to have fires, like sprinklers that they're required to put in now, that means that there's less demand for fire protection. Who would ever have thought that? So we need to take that into consideration. I don't think anyone who would disagree. We do need to pay for our fire protection, and certainly the taxpayers are agreeable to that. But it needs to be well thought out, and there needs to be a real nexus between fire danger and the cost of fire protection. We have ways of using taxes for public improvements in developments or in areas. For instance, in upkeep and paving of roads, the people have voluntarily formed committees like road committees, and they've taxed themselves to take care of that, and it's been working pretty efficiently for many years now. So it seems in an area we definitely want to have the public involved on any tax or any fee to be assured that it's being done fairly. And it's been said before, and it's one of the times I agree with myvalleysprings.com people, you need to put some thought into this. You need to get more public input so that when you pass a law, it's awful hard to, when you pass a law, it's a bad law and has bad consequences. Sometimes they don't show up for years. But try to undo something you did, it's even harder than it is to pass the law to begin with. So we agree that more thought needs to go into this, and then perhaps different solutions will come about. The thing we want to emphasize is there needs to be a connection between fire danger and the cost of fire prevention. If you see that connection, then it becomes obvious that some properties do need to pay more because they're more dangerous.
30 seconds.
Other properties are pretty fireproof. They shouldn't be paying very much at all. Does that make sense? Thank you.
Sitting here in the audience, there were a lot of good comments made. I was a fireman in the Pass Fire District for 8 years. I was assigned to the Hathaway Pines Station, and I feel for all the districts, fire districts, because it was a real challenge. This was in 1977 to 1984, and we really struggled to get equipment. One of the things that goes on in this county, also served on the Vallecito Union School District Board of Trustees, and the mitigation fees for new construction were charged to people who were building homes, and those fees were used to provide money for education of our students in the K-8 school of 3 schools of 800 students at that time. And so sitting here listening to this, I started jotting down some of the things that I remember. And with regard to the proposed increase in fees, I think they need to take out, I think Mrs. Mills is absolutely right, the only thing they should have a fee on is the original building permit. All the rest of that, I don't get it. I mean, that's what you do with the mitigation fees for new construction, for school mitigation fees. The rest of that, as far as I'm concerned, needs to go away. When I was involved with what was going on City Council in Angels Camp, Angels Oaks was being charged, people that built in Angels Oaks was being charged $400 for a hookup for water and a hookup for sewer. Horn Creek was being charged $800 for water hookup and sewer hookup. And the rest of the incorporated area of Angels Camp, anybody that wanted to build there, was being charged $1,600 for a hookup for water and $1,600 for a hookup for sewer. I addressed that issue ad nauseum. Where is the fairness there? So I just believe in fairness. And all of these fire districts, they need help. There's no question about that. And we certainly have an example of that. And I would like to toot my horn for the Consolidated Fire District. They spent probably more time and energy and manpower and woman power on this Butte fire. My hat is off to Jason Robitel. The man has worked day and night to have a strong fire district. And he has a strong cadre of people in his fire district. And so my suggestion is to hold, at a minimum, 3 public hearings in that fire district and get input, record it, write up what it is, and then after that, bring it back to the board
20 seconds.
and share that with the board. Also, it is the largest area for that fire district to cover. And so I think people need to think about that when they're thinking about dealing with the struggle they have for raising money. Thank you very much for your time.
Morning, Marty Crane. First, Diane, thank you so much for making those copies. I don't think everybody got one, but a lot of the answers, I think, are in that document. So thank you for those copies. Just a quick heads up on the first page, section 2, 2B, line 2, there's typos. That's all. And then also, I wanted to share that I made some little notes here. The reason that this was done originally is referenced on, I think they're not numbered, like 3 or 4. It says specifically, the legislature passed the Mitigation Fee Act in response to concerns among developers that local agencies were imposing development fees for purposes unrelated to development projects. I think that's important for us all to understand. The nexus that was referenced comes with the fact that the districts have to relate it right back to what they're going to do. And if they don't spend it, it gets refunded. That's all in this document too. It also, when someone spoke earlier and had an issue with the fee, I'm sorry, I'll get to that. It says it also says in here, the fee shall not include the costs attributable to existing deficiencies in public facilities, but may include the costs attributable to the increased demand for public facilities reasonably related to the development project. That's the nexus. Then, excuse me 1 second. Earlier, someone spoke about remodeling and that sort of thing. You know, are we going to have to pay this if we put a new roof on our house? the rest of that sentence that she was reading says, as the same presently exists or may be amended from time to time. So there's code and there's verbiage out there already. So it already exists. So moving on to later in this packet, in this document, it says that there are exemptions, such as a structure which is being reconstructed following damage or destruction by fire or other casualty, or the voluntary demolition thereof, provided that the number of structures or the size in such reconstructed structure is no greater than the number of structures or the size of the prior structure to such damage, destruction, or demolition. So replacing it, what was already there, there's no charge for that. Also, I'd like to know hoping that Jason or Chief Robitel can explain credits for me, because it says that under Section 1508110, it says credits for certain development projects. A development project that will replace development that was partially or totally destroyed by fire, flood, earthquake, mudslide, or other casualty or act of God is entitled to a fee credit if the development that was partially or totally destroyed was a lawful use under the county code, including a non-conforming use at the time thereof. It also goes on to say that a credit for such eliminated development or development that was partially or totally destroyed shall be calculated in accordance with the fee schedule set forth in the resolution to be adopted pursuant to this article. So there's a lot of information here that answers, like for the Butte Fire, it sounds to me like they're not going to be paying this fee because they have to rebuild their house. Correct me if I'm wrong. As far as the sleep at the wheel, I do not think that Calaveras Consolidated has ever been asleep at the wheel, at least in the last 10, 15 years that I've been involved with them for a long time, but no. I live in Valley Springs Rancho. If you live near the county line, I suggest that you stay healthy and hope, because we need a fire station, and they're planning one out further, but like was said before, we don't have the money for it yet. 30 seconds. So we all know that we should financially support those who, at a moment's notice, will risk their lives to save ours and run into our burning homes just to save the home or make sure we're not there. And that would also include our fire and sheriffs. So we have to do this. We need to get it right, and I applaud them. As I understand, they've been out talking to all different groups and had a town hall meeting, and no one came, but maybe if the county puts it out, maybe someone will come. Thank you.
I promised 30 seconds. I'm not sure if you're allowed to come up twice.
No, not twice.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to request that we take a 5-minute break. All right, so why don't we pick up where we left off? We're still in public comments. If there's any more public comments available. Oh, sorry. All right. Okay. All right. Back to public comments. Any more public comments? So let's bring it back to the staff discussion.
Okay, I just want to clarify a couple of things that have come up over the course of the public comments. First of all, this ordinance is an enabling ordinance only. This will allow districts to pursue the fire mitigation fee. It does not put any fees into place. And when I referenced El Dorado County, I was not referencing their fees or anything else. I was just looking at, we were looking at sample ordinances for the language of our ordinance. So El Dorado County's fees or fire mitigation fees have nothing to do with what's going on in here. The fees are done strictly through a nexus study that develops a capital improvement plan. So the public would have a chance to vet this along the way. At that point, when the fire district is discussing the nexus study and their capital improvement plan, when that capital improvement plan goes to the Planning Commission for approval, and then again, once all that has been resolved, it comes back to the board for adoption of the fees. So you also would have a chance to speak to or argue the fees at that point in time. The fees are established pursuant to 15.08.060, and fees established pursuant to this article shall be paid for the property on which a development project is proposed at the time of issuance of any required building permit. And then it goes on to speak to the chargeable residential square footage shall include the habitable living space within the perimeter of a structure, not including any carport, walkway, garages, overhangs, patios, enclosed patios, detached accessory structures, or detached storage space. Again, it speaks to what the fees will be determined on. On the water enhancement fees, those were for a specific purpose for those properties that were not near water hydrants or did not have a water tank or storage unit facility. So as part of the building permit fee, you could pay the water enhancement fee and not have to worry about doing that storage tank, or you could build a storage tank and the water enhancement fee would be refunded. It's been used not only for the purchase of water tenders, but for repair of some of the water tenders before they were signed over to the fire districts. The question was asked, how much is left on payment on the water tenders? We purchased the last water tender, which was for the West Point Fire District, and we did it as part of the borrowing under a separate section on our certificates of participation. Those were done in 2007. The first few years, the water enhancement fee was not covering the payment, so that payment was made along with the COP payment. We are starting to catch up on those payments, but there is still probably a good 8 years left in payments left on that water tender. In addition, when we transferred the other water tenders that were purchased for fire districts over to them, we incurred over $100,000 worth of repairs on those water tenders. There was not sufficient funds in the water enhancement fund. It was pulled out of a never designated fund, which was an emergency loan fund. So not only do they have to, the water enhancement fund has to pay off that final water tender, but it also has to repay that other designated fund. So that was the question regarding the water enhancements. Again, the fees are dependent on the district. This ordinance is just enabling a district to move forward through the process with that fee. Every district's fees may be different, or they may not choose to do it at all. They have to go out, they have to do an exit study, they have to develop their capital improvement plan, and that capital improvement plan is the tie to those fees. That capital improvement plan, again, has to go to the Planning Commission for approval, where the public will have as much public comment again as they want on there. Once the capital improvement plan and nexus study have been certified and approved, the fees have got to come back to the board for final approval. So it's a multi-step process. It's all very specific to each fire district and whether or not they choose to move forward with it. This enabling ordinance, thank you, is just the first step in that process that even allows them to begin that process.
So really, this is the public process at the beginning of it, and in a formal way. So it allows the public to get involved in it. This is only to enable this district, or any other district actually, that wants to follow through with this, to be able to start that process. And in this case, it's Consolidated that wants to begin that process. And we have quite a ways to go on it, really. And so I actually commend Jason for bringing this forward, because it does give us an opportunity to study the current fee structure based on that's out there based on new development. And it's not just homes; it's it's other things too, like businesses even. But we need to be able to make sure that they are able to respond if there's an issue. And it's not just fire. I've watched our fire departments respond to heart attacks and broken legs and every other thing in the world out there, automobile accidents, and all kinds of things. And if we behind the times on this, and we already are at a point right now, I think, where they're struggling, and I think we all know that, because our tax base has shrunk in the past 20 years or so. We're getting to a point now to where we need to take a look at that, and this ordinance allows us to do that. It allows the next study to bring that information out so that we can see a clear picture, and it's a clear picture of what the facts are, and then we can make a decision off of that. But this is the enabling ordinance. It's the beginning of the process. And I support that. So, rest of the board, what do you say?
Well, I support it also, and I have paid particular attention in the last 2 years to the fire district that I live in, which is Calaveras Consolidated. I will tell you, it is a very active, very involved board. They know what's going on. And I will also tell you that, for lack of a better term, they're very frugal and have looked at their assets where they can turn them into, take an old asset and turn it into something that they need currently. They're willing to do that, and they have done that. This does not put a particular fee on anything. And I'm not going to continue to reiterate what's already being said. It gives them the ability to bring forward a proposal, is what it does, and I support that. I support it not only for Cal Consolidated, but if anything, during the Butte Fire, you learned that there are new districts that maybe I didn't know a lot about beforehand that are hurting, and they have to have a way to respond to new homes that are being built. And that doesn't necessarily include homes being rebuilt that were destroyed in the fire. If we need to figure out how to protect them in this language, I'm all for that. But I am also all for giving our fire districts a way to provide continuing service to new homes being built in their districts, and I support it.
Well, I concur with my fellow supervisors. I support this, but I want to make sure that we understand how beneficial it is. The other avenues we have to support our public safety, and I have to go back to my district, Evans Pass Fire. We have a special tax. That special tax has allowed us to do tremendous things when it comes to public safety. I'd like to call Chief Johnson back up, please, to the microphone. I also want to recognize board member for Evans Pass Fire District, Tom back there, Tom Hamilton. Chief, how many persons? Sullivan, I'm sorry. Hamilton. Where did I get that from? Sullivan. Sorry, Mr. Sullivan. Chief, how many personnel do we have assigned to Evans Pass Fire? Full paid salary people?
Full paid salary people that are considered shift work, boots on the ground, if you will. We have 21 personnel that are on a 3-platoon revolving shift, meaning that at every given moment, that staffing would be 7 people at any one time.
How many paramedic units do we have?
We have 3 paramedic units, but I have to explain exactly what that means. There's 2 ambulances that are staffed 24/7, and there's a fire engine that's also staffed 24/7, and that's also a paramedic unit. And essentially, the only difference, Supervisor, is that the engine does not have the ability to transport. It carries the same trained medical personnel as the ambulance and the same equipment. So.
How is our fleet, if it's past fire? I understand. Give me one more question.
Thank you.
How's our fleet?
Our fleet is aging. We have been looking into, updating that. Our ambulance fleet is relatively fresh, and but we update our capital improvement plan yearly, and as we can, we update it and purchase new equipment.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate your information.
Have a nice day.
What I'd like to say, that is a result of the public taking a look a while ago, I believe in 2000, that we passed that special tax. I know that special tax is not going to fit every single scenario. I think Chief Jason here has done a great job. I will support him in his request to get this ordinance going for fees. But that's not the only source of revenue. It's important that the public be aware of that. There are things you cannot pay attention to. That's public safety. Law enforcement, fire protection, life-saving measures, search and rescue, that has to have a priority in our county. We're a big county. We have a lot of things happening in the county. I, for one, support public safety. I'm supporting Chief Jason in this endeavor and Consolidated Fire. But there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Thank you.
I think, what I mentioned earlier, for me, I just need a little bit more clarification on some things. As I look at this fee, is at $300 or 1% that gets collected at the county level? And, when I'm told it hasn't been raised in 20 years, I question why it's taken 20 years to raise this fee if it's needed for all the districts. The other thing I'm concerned about is that, I see an ordinance, I see this as the opener for future. But before I open that door, I would really like to see where the Fire Chiefs Association is weighing in on this, because we're talking about one district out of about 11 districts in Calaveras County, and they're not here today. They're not speaking about it one way or the other, and so that is kind of leaving me somewhat puzzled as to why they're not here on board one way or the other speaking to that. Because this will affect all districts eventually. If this goes into play, they can choose to opt in or out, but I'd like to get their input before we open that door to go into this. So I'm not saying at this point I'm going to vote no today, only because I'd like to see the fire chiefs weigh in on this. And there are many districts in Calaveras County. I have Angels Altaville, Copperopolis, in the Murphys Fire District that represents Vallecito, and they're not here today speaking one way or the other. So that leaves me a little bit wondering why.
I'm fine with it. All right, so,
Calm down, Chris.
So, as our CAO Shirley explained before, this is the opener, and so it's an enabling ordinance, and it only affects another district if they choose to get involved in it. So Chief Robitel is managing, and their board is managing their district. They know what their challenges are. And every district, like Shirley said, is different. They all have their own priorities and their challenges. And so there is a mechanism for them to be able to come to us to identify that. This is the mechanism. And I think it's a really smart deal. and I'm glad that it's a process that's in place. So,
And just a reminder, this is just the introduction of the ordinance. It will have to come back for adoption, and maybe at that time, Chief Robichaud can bring in those fire chiefs that may want to comment on it.
Sure. So we're moving to approve
the introduction of the ordinance. Ordinances are a two-part. We introduce them and then we adopt them at a following board meeting.
I move to approve the introduction of the ordinance.
Second.
With waiver reading. Sorry. Sidebar. So it's an introduction with waiver of reading requirements and publishing of the summary in the local newspaper.
Question before the vote. As a result of our vote, this would proceed to the planning department now?
No, it will not. It will come back to the board for adoption at the next board meeting.
And we have the opportunity to modify this in any way at that time?
No.
No.
Today's your day, Mike.
Just for clarification purposes, with introduction of an ordinance, you would be introducing the language of this ordinance. Any modifications that would happen between now and adoption would have to be basically clerical, non-substantive changes. If the ordinance were to be modified in a substantive way, it would have to be reintroduced before it could come forward for adoption.
Western County Council, how about fee structure?
Now, this is just the ordinance to give the framework. The actual fee, this would not be adopting the actual fee for this district. This is giving them the opportunity to then take the steps forward in putting a fee in place through resolution.
For example, the question today about when we talk about new development, is this going to include a roof that is 30 years old and leaks? It's not from a natural disaster. So is there going to be a fee associated with replacing a leaky roof?
No.
I have issue with that because it says in here, any building permit. You need a building permit to replace a roof.
It says, hang on. It says fees established pursuant to this article shall be paid for the property on which a development project is proposed at the time of the issuance of a required building permit. My understanding is this is, and it goes on to explain that residential square footage shall include the habitable living space within the perimeter of the structure. It does not include the carport, walkway, garage, overhang patio, enclosed patios, detached accessory structure, or detached storage area. And then it speaks to the chargeable non-residential square footage shall include covered and enclosed spaces within the perimeter of non-residential structure, not including any storage areas incidental to the principal use of the construction, garage, parking structure, unenclosed walkway, or utility or disposal area. Chargeable square footage shall be determined and calculated in accordance with standard practice of the county. Fee calculations for mixed-use development shall be calculated based on the amount of gross square footage for each separate land use category. And that is 15.08.060.
So maybe Peter can chime in on this.
Well, other than it's just the CAO's office and trying to find out what other jurisdictions have done to enact this. I was involved in the crafting of this ordinance. The section that Shirley just read, 1508.060C, I believe it's intended to clarify that it's not any, the definition of development is, as Ms. Mills stated, any building permit. But this narrows it down to building permits for new habitable space. It may be clearer if you change the word from, it says chargeable residential square footage shall include the habitable living space. You might change that to new
to new habitable living space, to make it very clear that we're not talking about anything under a roof that is habitable living space. We're talking about, and this is the way it's always been applied in my experience, and the intention, I'm sure, of the fire district and the county to apply it through when you're expanding a building, when you're creating a new building. That's when there is an impact, not simply retrofitting existing one.
So if I wanted to convert my garage into a living quarters for my ailing mother,
well, that would be new habitable area that would have, because it means more people will be here and more demand on the service.
Okay.
That's the whole point.
Point of order. How about we're talking about business and commercial with the new buildings permit for each of those?
All right, so new habitable, I'd be willing to change that to new.
I'll withdraw my motion.
And
Or my second.
I'll withdraw the motion and remake the motion to approve as written with the language suggested by Director Maurer for new habitable.
And I'll second that.
All right. Thank you. See, sometimes it's just one word.
Are you good with that, Michael?
I'm still having a problem with some other language in here. Could I have a moment? Chargeable non-residential square footage shall be covered on closed space within the perimeter of a non-residential structure, not including any storage area incidental to the principal use of construction, garage, parking, subs. And this covers commercial property also, right?
New is new.
New is new. Residential and commercial. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's
New is
what I
new.
take it.
Okay.
I don't know if it'd be worthwhile to add the next sentence down where it talks about non-residential square footage shall include covered and enclosed space. If it makes sense, you might want to put new in there as well, just so it's clarified. Chargeable non-residential square footage shall include new covered and enclosed space within the perimeter of a non-residential structure.
Okay.
Do we need to make another motion to do that?
You said new.
Well, basically, we've already agreed to what he's adding, so if he's
true.
adding another new, it's...
We already made that.
I think the point is that we're just trying to cover the fact that we're referring to new construction. We're not going to punish somebody for remodeling their kitchen or something of that nature. Is what we're trying to get out of, protect, or what we're trying to protect and assess new construction, which is where we were going with from the very beginning.
I think the supervisor just might want to clarify his motion that includes an addition of new twice.
Oh, right. So clarify your motion there, Supervisor Kearney.
I will clarify my motion to refer to, do you want to say something first?
I do.
I have to do it a third time?
Yeah. Yeah, I want to reference back up to 15.08.060 subsection A, where it states, fees established pursuant to this article shall be paid for in the property on which the development property is proposed at the time of the issuance of any required building permit. I would add that language for new construction. Does that clarify things a little bit? Any building permit could be for a roof replacement. I know we're nitpicking this, but we can't change it once we vote on it, right, Council?
Well, we can. It just has to come back through the
Yeah.
process again.
Should we get it right the first time then?
Well, the fire chief's weighing in would be right the first time, in my opinion.
So the two news that we added actually covers all of that anyhow, right?
Right, I would say that subsection C of that section covers that. It's the standard language that when you issue a building permit, that's when the fee applies, but that's qualified by the next section down that says it only applies here.
Yeah.
So if we're issuing a building permit, then we look at the next section that says, oh, and here's the type of building permit that is. I think it's redundant to say new construction again. If it helps to make it clearer, then there's not a problem with doing that. How do you feel?
I can't stress enough that I think we need more weigh-in from other fire districts. You know, I believe our fee structure does need to be looked at, and I believe that as we are growing in a community, there is the needs for perhaps stations or apparatus, etc. I also know that there's a need for staffing and all of those things. But when I look at this particular ordinance, I'm not an expert here, so I would look upon my fire chiefs to be able to weigh in on this, whether they go for it or not. You know, in Copperopolis, the citizens there did vote for a fee, and that particular fee does cover their staffing needs, etc. So, again, I'm just looking for some expertise in this from my fire chiefs in my particular district.
We have a motion and a second.
So clarify your motion there, Supervisor Kearney.
Well, let me put it this way so we don't have to have the director get up one more time. That I am making a motion to correct all language necessary in this ordinance for approval to refer to new construction.
Is that okay? Okay.
I'll second that.
All right, so we have motion by Supervisor Kearney, second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
4-1. Now the work begins. Okay, Director Maurer. Adopt a resolution updating fees for select planning department. Sorry, was that?
I'm going to have to move if you guys are going to do that.
Well, that was so much fun. Let's talk about more fees.
Yeah.
This next item is a request to do some minor adjustments to the planning department's fee schedule. We already have the enabling legislation in place, so this is actually the adoption of fees by resolution. This was precipitated by a request to consider the appeal fee amount that we charge. And currently there is a $100 fee that is paid to the planning department and something that is appealed from action that I have taken or the department has taken to the planning commission. A $100 fee is paid to the clerk of the board for an appeal of the planning commission's action to the board. A recent fee study that we did in our department just a couple years ago showed that the average cost of an appeal fee is around $2,400. But the concern that I have, and I think the would share, is that that has a tendency to stifle public debate. So someone proposed a project next door to your house, and you've got to pay a couple $1,000s to appeal that decision. It tends to serve as a dampening effect, that kind of activity. So I am proposing that we increase the fee slightly to recover a little bit more of our costs. Also, that the fee that is paid for appeal of the planning commission actually comes to the planning department because we're the ones who do the work. We provide the notice, we provide the staff report, prepare the resolutions, and all the work associated with the appeals. And I've sort of proposed a range of maybe $300 to $600. It's really up to your board what you think is an appropriate amount. Again, if we were to do full cost recovery, it would be a range of $2,400. I think that would be excessive. And I think that would stifle public debate. At the time that this came, that this was suggested to me, We're looking at some other fees, and there's some work that we've taken on recently that we do not charge for at all. And these include the wing snap contracts. I know there's some concerns about that. Temporary use permits, and the new proposed cultivation zoning clearance certificate for the medical marijuana ordinance that will be forthcoming. I want to put that in place so that when that gets adopted, we have a fee so we can start charging. The result of not collecting money for the services we provide means that the taxpayers are paying for that. They're subsidizing the applications of project components, whether it be WinSnap contract or a temporary use permit or anything else. And so these are conservative estimates of the time it takes to process an application. It only includes the actual salary and benefits of staff. It does not include any overhead, and it doesn't. So it's low to begin with. The hourly estimates are conservative. We cannot charge more than the actual cost of the service. Now, in some cases, you have a temporary use or a conditional use permit, for example. One might take 5 hours to process, and one might take 50 hours to process. The alternative to doing an average would be to track time for each and every project, then bill separately. I am not proposing we do that. I have worked with those kinds of regimes before. The administrative cost and challenge to collect that money is huge. We just don't have the resources to do that. The courts have upheld the kind of fee structure that we have in place now, which is an average, and this is, again, a conservative estimate of cost to provide the service. So the table that is, I believe, on page 19 of your packet shows the current fees that we currently charge and the proposed fee with sort of a range that we probably want to discuss and settle upon a number. There's one other minor correction. The last fee resolution, there was a flipping of the amounts for two different times, and we're proposing to switch that back to what it should be. That the Planning Commission hearing on time extension takes more time because of the public notice requirements and hearing costs, and that should be more expensive than the one approved by staff. So we're correcting that error. Other than that, my recommendation.
Okay. All right. Question, Chair.
I'm just going to go to comments, but you can comment.
Okay, thank you. As far as the Williamson Act contract, you're going from $0 to $3,000. I think that really caught a lot of folks out in the ag community by surprise, as well as myself. How did you get that figure?
Well, the same way I calculated the rest of it. We've recently taken over in the last 2 years, taken over the processing of WinSnap contracts. There are a lot of work. There's a lot of legal review of the contract language itself, actual ownership, reviewing deeds. We've got 2 public hearings, one before the Planning Commission and the Board. There's a zone change involved with those, and that's just a conservative estimate of the cost to my staff to process applications. Now, I know that some jurisdictions try to subsidize that by creating a lower fee because they want to encourage landowners to enter into the lease contract, and that's certainly a policy call that you could make, that understanding that it probably costs more than we're collecting, but because of the public policy of desiring people to participate in Williamson Act, you could lower that fee. And certainly within the realm of the policy choices.
And would you say that, because you kind of explained your philosophy behind some of these other fees that they're much lower than the actual cost. So it seems like you should, do the same type of thing for the Williamson Act as well. I mean, $300 is a lot more reasonable than $3,000 when you're looking at the rest of these fees. If you aren't recouping the cost on any of these, then it seems like it's punishing the ag community.
Well, it certainly isn't meant as punishment. That's the cost to the county.
But I mean,
my department to process their application, which they're benefiting from.
Right. Sure, I get that fully, but if you're doing it for the other fees, then why are you not doing it for the Williamson Act?
What he means is the average cost, or what would you come
Well,
up
no,
with?
this is the average cost, and these are just the ones we're changing. If you look at all the other fees we have, if the use permit and maps, those things, plan amendments, we don't provide any sort of discount for that, even though we aren't fully recovering our costs. We're not fully recovering our costs on this amount either. But again, this is what I think is a conservative estimate of getting closer to cost recovery than we are today.
And I also I think that especially with the Williamson Act one, I think we should pull that one out of this for today, bring it back to the ag community, and get more input from them, because I think there's ways, and I'm not sure, maybe there's not, but there may be ways if we go to the Ag Advisory Board, and maybe you already did this, I'm not sure. I don't think you did bring this fee increase to the Ag Advisory Board or the Ag Commissioner.
No, I did not. I just didn't think it was necessary.
Right.
This is the effect on my department. It has nothing
Well,
to do with another agency.
Well, it does have an effect on the greater community,
Right.
obviously. So that's what, that's where I was hoping that, especially when you jump to 3,000. And I understand you're just trying to recruit costs, doing your job. But I would suggest we go back and get some input from these guys, because there'd be a way to actually reduce that overall cost to your department. We don't know, because it hasn't gone through that process. So I would encourage the board to support me in moving it back through the Ag Commissioner and the Ag Advisory Community and the larger Ag community at large, and then bring it back after that. That would be my suggestion.
I'm okay with that.
I would support that. I think, that's one of the reasons for having the Ag Advisory Committee. So I think this is something that, would perhaps be educational to the Advisory Committee too. If there's never been a fee charged before and we're taking a look at charging fees, I think vetted through that particular committee would be helpful.
Mr. Chair. Is there a fee that the Ag Commission charges and the Williamson Act? Is there
$605, I believe.
I think it's 160 or something, roughly somewhere. What is that fee? 601. What does that fee cover on the ag?
That covers the Ag Department staff for review of the proposal with the Ag Advisory Committee, any processing and verification that the Ag Department needs to do to verify the agricultural component of the
And your department would do what in that situation, as far as compared to what
we
the ag?
coordinate with Kevin in his office and essentially do all of the paperwork, the processing, the hearing, the noticing that's required to go along with the establishment of the new contract and those things associated with that.
So the ag department would generate a report forwarded to the planning department?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I appreciate what you're saying about this, work that it takes to process the Williamson Act contract. Maybe, and I also appreciate what's being said by my colleagues here, maybe it's pointing to a greater need for a complete analysis of these and cost benefit, because we do not get the payback from the state anymore for okaying these at all. But maybe that still is worth it to us to help promote the agricultural environment that we've got here in the business community that surrounds it too. And maybe this fee is just pointing to a greater need that we look at it all. This might be and puts the onus on the Ag Commissioner and your department and anyone else who's involved to, as well as the Ag community, to take a good look at it.
I would concur with Supervisor Kearney to bifurcate this from the issue at hand right now, to get a long look at it, do both departments.
And just to let you know, in RCRC, the last meeting I went to, this was a big discussion there too. And there are some counties that are looking for to eliminate the Williamson Act, actually. I don't see that as an option here. And because we are an ag community, we are ag all the way. So And that's what we need to promote here, because that's our future as far as our, as a big part of our economy. And so I think it's worth breaking it out of this and having further discussion on it, taking a good look at it. And some things that we do in the county, we're going to subsidize. But it is for a bigger picture and bigger reason. So I'm also, I would like to take this out of this fee table.
But I'd like to do that with direction that more work be done on this somehow.
No, we can have, we can bring it back and have a study session on it. It'd be great to do anyhow. Yeah.
Vet it through the ed. That's why we have these committees and commissions.
Yeah, start with, I would say start there and then do a study session.
Can I comment?
Sure. Heck no, you're the ag commissioner.
It's on your business card.
Apparently it didn't make any difference.
Well, it did today.
I was disappointed to find out about the fee increase on Saturday through a third party and not through Peter's office or Peter itself. Generally, I enjoy a good relationship with Peter and Gina, and we do work collaboratively when it comes to the Williamson Act and ag issues. But in this instance, it was a surprise to me. So my main concern is that the high fee will be a disincentive for prospective ranchers to enter into these Williamson Act contracts. And it runs contrary to our general plan guidance to support Williamson Act and open space. With this disincentive, if ranchers forego their cows for perhaps some alternative crop, the county is going to lose the benefit of the fire reduction, watershed enhancement, and open space that ranching provides. More specifically, I believe that the fee structure proposed can be improved upon. Having done these applications myself, I'm familiar with the time involved to complete them. However, the fee structure proposed is unfair to the majority of the applicants. Most range land is already zoned ag production, so it does not require a zone change or a hearing at the Planning Commission. The resolution, Peter's resolution, is a little misleading in that regard. And those that are zoned A1 and are required to change to AP are not controversial, and the language developed for that presentation to the Planning Commission can be easily used for the presentation to the Board of Supervisors. The applications that are difficult involve boundary line adjustments, new parcel descriptions, rescissions, and re-entry into new contracts. These are mostly associated with the dissolving of family trusts and re-entry into individual contracts. The fee schedule should reflect that, with the fee being charged for the lot line adjustments. It would be prudent to investigate how our surrounding neighbors handle these fees and not simply go with a 3,000 one-size-fits-all scheme. Finally, the planning department is in the early stages of dealing with these contracts, and I believe over time that they will become more efficient in being able to get through them quickly. It's difficult. The IQ M2 and inputting the documents into the program will go faster as time goes on. So I'd like to see a continuance of the public hearing, some compromise on costs with further study in a collaborative forum to address planning concerns about their staff time. Thank you.
Well, that's pretty good, Kevin, because we already did that, so you're right in line there.
One more comment, Chair. Mr. Mauer, maybe you could bring back for discussion when we hold our workshop on this actual time and costs dealing with Williamson Act applications. I'd like to see that number.
So if we go through this process, that's all going to come out, right?
Right.
Yeah, so we're going to have study sessions and all that. You know, Ag Commission get involved. It'll be, it's actually probably time. So this is actually a pretty good deal. It brings it forward. Kind of a scary way to start it, but sorry. So,
How's that plan all along?
Good start. Yeah, thanks, Peter. So we have public comments on this, please.
I'm glad you folks think about taking a look at these fees and charges. But along with it, before I start crying and pleading and feeling sorry for the planning department, I would like to see what's the planning department costing us right now. You know? I mean, I'm sure they work their rear end off, but let's see how much the taxpayers paying planning department for what. You know? I mean, I don't think any one of them missed a meal up to now from the planning department, but they're not exactly the least expensive organization in the county also. So before I give too much sympathy, I would like to see what the planning department budget is right now. They're already getting paid for it. So I'm sure we can get it then. We can. I mean, I see some big jumps over here, folks. And the production hasn't been increased by big jumps. So if we get our money worth and they overwork because it costs too much time and a half or whatever, folks, fine. But let's see what it's cost right now, what benefit we're getting right now. Yes, some of these got to be reviewed. But before we start giving sympathy and all that, let's see what it's costing us already. Thank you.
Hi, Rosemary Wilson, still from McCullum Hill when I'm not in Arnold or in Mountain Ranch looking after my dead trees. I have a comment about the financing section just below the fee structure, especially where it says the amount would vary depending on the number and type of applications received by the county. I'd like some clarification on that. The sentence preceding that talks about reducing the impact on the general fund. And also I noticed that the time extension for administrative is actually proposed as being reduced by a little bit. I'm not sure why the individuals that are appealing or have to go through these permits that are after all set by planning and the and the county. I'm not sure why exactly they would be expected to supplement the general fund. And does it mean that this is something of an arbitrary sliding scale depending on how busy the county appears to be? I just don't really get that section on financing, and I'd like some clarification on it. After all, we pay our taxes, and we're doing things that are required of us by the county. One could argue as to why we would have to pay fees to appeal various decisions of the county. Thank you.
Colleen Platt, MyValleySprings.com and the Calaveras Planning Coalition. I'd like to kind of do a two-pronged approach here. Number one, I support the continuance of the Ag Williamson Act part of it. We just received this information the same time everybody else did Friday night and did our best to research what other counties do for Williamson Act contracts. And there's a lot of different things that can be done. Some of them charge, an amount just for the contract. They charge a different amount for non-renewal. They charge a different amount for changing the AP zone. They charge a different amount for canceling a contract. They charge a different amount for lot line adjustments. So they break it down into the pieces. So instead of a blanket overall fee, it's broken down into what the actual landowner wants to do. So it seems more of a fair, equitable way of doing that. And they actually also they charge low fees to establish or enlarge a Williamson Act, but then they do higher fees to do reductions and disestablishments and lot line adjustments. So they, you pay for your changes that you're asking for then, which makes sense. So I'm sure if you run this by the Ag Commission and look at what our neighboring counties are doing, they'll give you some really good ideas. That flat fee, we feel, umbrella fee, could be very discouraging for people. That's the only ag protection program that the county actually offers. So I think we need to do what we can to keep that. And then the other comments I just wanted to make were on some of the other fee proposed increases, specifically to the appeals increase. At $100, we are pretty low. I, again, looked at our surrounding counties. Tuolumne County is close to us. They charge $154. Amador County charges $394. San Joaquin County charges $205 to the Planning Commission and then an additional fee to the board. So there's a range in there, and we are low. But I would hate, again, for you to be discouraging people to be able to file an appeal by raising it too much. If you doubled it to $200, that's maybe more in the range of what might be reasonable without being too discouraging to people. And I understand planning's frustration because appeals this year have taken a lot of time, as everybody knows. I went back for 10 years to see how many appeals there were on average in the planning department, because they are nice enough to share me their project logs every year, so you can do that. The average 0, 1, 2 for most of the years going back to 2005. 2011 we had a spike because of the proposed shooting center. So when you have a proposed project, it gets approved and people don't like it. They want to file an appeal. So there was 8 appeals that year. Then again, go to 0 to 2014, there was 6. In 2015, there was 15 appeals. So, it was just an unusual year, and I hate to see you do a blanket huge increase just because of a single problem. And also, I would prefer, rather than kind of doing a piecemeal approach to planning fee increases, I'd rather see you do a comprehensive approach and bring the whole list forward and look at what we have and where we're at with it. One other thing I did notice on our existing planning fee chart, one fee that seemed extremely low to me is a lot line adjustment. It's $106. When you go to our neighboring counties, San Joaquin County and Tuolumne and Stanislaus, they're all in the neighborhood of $1,700 to $1,900 for a lot line adjustment, or they do it in a tiered basis. If it's a minor lot line adjustment, major, and then there's also a lot line adjustment with the Williamson Act. It's a different charge. So I'd rather you see this bring it back as a comprehensive package and look at the overall costs and things. So thank you.
Colleen, I have a question, if I may.
Sure.
When you mentioned on the lot line adjustment, does it take into, or is there any notation there that it includes the surveying time and costs?
It doesn't say on the planning fee list, so I don't, yeah. And there's nothing under Public Works, Environmental Health, or on-site wastewater in that category for lot line adjustments, so I didn't see any other costs there. Okay. There may be, it's just not on this list, I think.
Alice Gowan, Taxpayer Association. Those are pretty good comments, and I think makes sense. Usually on lot line adjustments, the property owner hires a surveyor, and then the only thing the county does is just review and approve the map that's been drawn by the surveyor. It gets recorded, and so there's not very much time or money involved with the county that I can think of. So it could be that the rates that are charged by the county might be reasonable, especially for small lot line adjustments. There might be some way of, since we have radical changes in the amount of demand of planning staff, when there's multiple appeals, there might be some way of having some flexibility in the funding source for the planning department, rather than to come to increase the anticipated fee to such a level where you might only have one or two appeals, but you've lost your nexus. You're having all this money. You have the planning department awash with money, and with not enough appeals to chew up the funds. There needs to be some thought put into that, so that the planning department can react and be able to do its work, and at the same time be compensated. I'm not sure that having an appeal fee is the only way to do it, but maybe that could be part of the solution. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
As a former planner in this county for 10 years, I'm blown away about the $1,700 for a lot line adjustment. Almost probably 99% of the lot line adjustment that's looked at is by the county surveyor. They look at it and say whether it's okay or not, or they kick it back to the licensed surveyor. So I think that $100 is really in line. With regard to, how do I put this? I was talking to the Ag Commissioner, and the Ag Advisory Board reviews the ag preserves and makes a recommendation whether the people that are applying for ag preserves, and makes a recommendation whether they're to be put in the ag preserve or not. And then the planning department does the work. And I can't imagine, way back when I was doing that in the planning department, I don't remember there being that much work. There was a few sheets of paper to fill out and send it to the state. And $3,000 that's just mind-blowing to me. And the Ag Commissioner said that he would be willing to waive the $601 to give the ag people a break there. I think that the planning director needs to take it seriously. And why do we have the Ag Advisory Committee? If you guys are going to do a study session, why don't you just do away with them? I don't get that either. You have more important things to do for this county to have a study session on this. I think that if you have a question or something, or a few questions, write them down and send them to the Ag Advisor or to the Ag Commission. You don't need to tie up your time doing that. I mean, Cliff's got enough to do with Butte Fire, so don't tie yourselves up with that. And I mean that sincerely. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Bob Garamini, McCallamy Hill. I would just want to express my appreciation of the direction the board is choosing to go. I think bringing it back, there's been a lot of very good comments, positive comments. I think we can make the process better and more efficient, streamline it, perhaps cut some of the costs. Mr. Fry's comment, maybe the Ag Advisory Committee can play a bigger role, but I want to thank you for postponing a decision on this fee and allowing for further discussion and looking into possibilities of streamlining the process. And I think one other thing the board should be considering at the same time, and it was brought up as well, is the impact that such a fee, or the role, I should say, that the Williamson Act plays within the general plan, specifically the natural, not the natural, but the resource production element and the conservation and open space element. It seems like the county is going in a direction there, and it seems like imposing a fee, especially the fee that is proposed, is counter to that. So maybe look at the bigger picture and what such a fee structure may pose in relationship to what you're trying to accomplish with the general plan. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Bill McManus, Calaveras Project. I have a question, or like to get more information on the proposed fees for the marijuana cultivation permit as it was listed. I think it was around $400. That seems to be pretty close to what they charge, like in Yuba County, for the initial permit to kind of get things going. What I'm concerned with, though, is first of all, we don't have an ordinance that substantiates this permit at all at the time. And if we look at it, what would the scope of this fee be in order for you to get all the pieces together to add up the proposed or estimated cost of the permit, when without an ordinance, we're looking at interfacing potentially, and I don't know how it's going to, who all's going to get it in the neck on this, but with the Department of Consumer Affairs, the Department of Food and Agriculture, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Department of Pesticide Control, Department of Public Health, and the State Water Board all potentially have some role to play when the ordinances start coming together, or if they do come together. And what did you use as a scope to say how many pieces are in this, and how did you arrive at that number? That's all I'm asking, because we don't have any way to look at this and see if everything was included, or if some of these other fees or departments will be scattered out among other departments as the ordinance starts to congeal maybe sometime in the future. So that was my question. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments? We'll bring you back to the board for discussion.
Would you like me to respond to some of the questions that were raised? Sure. As far as the discussion on financing, our board package too has a section of what's going to cost the county, what's the result of tax, and I can't tell, as Ms. Platt pointed out, that for example, the number of appeals that are filed from year to year varies so greatly, from 0 to 15, in 1 year. that's going to be a difference between no dollars and whatever, 15 times whatever the amount that we. So that's what I would say. It's going to vary depending on how many applications you get. But the net result is that whatever fee is adopted will save the general fund because the applicant will be paid. Someone asked the question of how much is our current budget, just under $900,000. We get about 7% of that money is in fees, the rest is general fund supported. So we're primarily general fund supported, so any fees that we get offset that and allows that money to be used for any other use that the county wishes to use it. Enforcement, mental health, cleaning, whatever it goes. So any fees that we get to cover our costs frees up additional money for the county to spend elsewhere where it needs to. The lot line adjustment fee, that is the planning department's portion of the cost of reviewing that. It is somewhat limited. We coordinate with the building department and environmental health to ensure that setbacks are met in zoning but 2 hours at a time is sufficient to do that. The rest of it is in the county surveyor's office. So I'm surprised to hear a 7-year permit for lot adjustment, but they have the rationale for that. And then as far as the zoning clearance certificate, this is just my department's costs associated with processing those future new applications. Should the ordinance be adopted, as you directed us last week. The other agencies, I'm sure they'll have their own fees they're going to collect. The departments in the county also have the ability to bring forward the resolution to support their activities associated with the criminal law. So I think that answers most of the questions I heard from the public.
Peter, could you address the, fairly new fee here that you talk about on the one-day permit process? Is that, I know we approved an ordinance here in the last couple of years for a special event. I can't think of something.
Well, any street fair or anything.
Yeah, so currently we're not charging anything for that now?
Right.
Is what I see here.
We don't have a fee for that, and I've looked at, sort of what's it taken to process those applications. And, often they're for, non-profit organizations or something like that, so we don't want to charge a whole lot, but there is, time involved in processing those, making sure that they meet the fire department requirements and the sheriff's office requirements and environmental health standards. So there's time involved recording that. So that's the purpose of that. Probably it wasn't a fee because that was a new ordinance and we don't have that process in place, and so we haven't updated our fees since that.
Okay.
So on that particular issue, for now outdoor sales, for instance, are you talking about like if they were to get a permit to sit out on the corner somewhere, or is it within an already established function?
This would be a special type of sales activity, not just normal retail sales of a store that has an outdoor sales component or someone's ranch that has a farm stand or something like that. Now, this would be for someone setting up a special sales event that would necessitate additional parking or fire protection or public health issues.
So if it's like a food vendor, environmental health already charges them for that. Is this
right?
Is it beyond that?
If it's just a food vendor, say there's a fair door or something like that, then each individual vendor has to be inspected by the health department to make sure that they're, and that's covered under the other special event permit activities cap. This would just be a sort of a one-time, unique sales event.
So let's say somebody let somebody get a blanket sales a lot somewhere, something like that.
Chair, I think he's referring to like a crafts fair.
Well, I'm not
Where
sure.
you have multiple vendors or something, it's an event. Is that correct, Mr. Meyer?
Yes. Is it within the event? Because a lot of the times what happens is that you have somebody that's coordinating that event. They charge the vendors to come to that event.
Right. So it wouldn't be, if there was a large event, and let's say, for example, the Irish game, or, that's already covered under a historical permit. All of the food vendors there still need to get cleared by the Environmental Health Department to ensure that their food handling is safe. But we don't charge any other fee for that. That's a one-time, ongoing event. The zoning code allows, in most of the residential zones, temporary outdoor sales. I don't really recall having any of those come up, so I'm not sure what.
Are you talking about like a garage sale?
No. And this would be something, and we don't regulate garage sales unless someone has set up like sort of a permanent garage sale in a different story.
We can meet.
And we got those.
Yeah, I've seen some stuff existed. We got those. But this would just, if someone had something unique and special that was going to sort of go beyond the normal type of usual activity. This is the place to do that, make sure that if there's any parking needs or safety needs, sometimes we will route our temporary use permits, special event permits to the environmental management department to see, well, what kind of sanitation facilities are necessary, how many porta potties, based on the number of people that are coming. It's just a matter of handling those kinds of events. And this, the one provision in our code that says temporary outdoor sales is not listed in our fee structure, so I haven't seen anything like that before, but something might come up that we haven't came across before.
So, for instance, at the town hall, sometimes they have this person that comes in and they sell tools.
In existing facilities, those are exempt because that facility has already covered the use of that. So, like town hall, fairgrounds, something like that. Those kinds of uses are already covered under the permitting for that facility. So we don't require permits to do that.
Okay. I just know how hard it is, for some of these folks to drum up $100 of sales at any event, really. So I've seen it happen a lot of times.
Yeah, I mean, there's, bike races is a good example. That's what I see here. Bike race that comes in, and they're going to close off a lot of the local roads, signage, that sort of thing, and they have a booth there to sell T-shirts, water bottles, water, maybe limited food, but I've seen more of the T-shirts and hats and things along that line, so I can see where that might fit into this one-day permit. And sometimes they're for-profit and
venue that's like established that and we wouldn't charge it, but sometimes it's on private land it's not set up for that. There could be parking and traffic issues we need to coordinate with public works on, sheriff's requirements for traffic control issues. So that would be a good example of special.
Because some of those are for-profit events, and some others are not-for-profit events.
And then sometimes there's like music and noise is an issue, and neighbors concerns about that. So just the things that we look at when we try to make sure that these events fit in with the community, that safety kind of helps with keeping that.
Okay. Any other board comments?
So again, I guess then the question is, we're pulling, if you're wanting to move forward with the fee changes with the exception of the LoopSnap contract funds, how much, where should we set the fee? That's the question.
Say that again?
Well, there was a proposed range for the appeal, and I didn't really know where to put that. It was really a policy call of how much do you think is appropriate based on the cost associated with processing appeal based on, the ability for the public to participate. And the appeals range from, will approve a parcel map. I'm the approving authority, and an applicant doesn't like the condition, they can appeal that to the planning commission. Or a neighbor doesn't like the fact that map was approved because it doesn't have. So there's a variety of different kinds of appeals that could happen.
That was my question. Yeah. Because some appeals, might be in that $100, $300 range. And, we've had some appeals where it's been hours and hours and hours of a lot of time. So, is there a way in your mind that you could break down, if it's an appeal for this category, it's $300, an appeal for this category?
Problem is you really don't know unless we start tracking our time and billing hourly rate, which we just don't have the infrastructure for to track that, bill people, do collections.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's probably better just to say, here's the amount, it's a nominal fee, to make sure that at least the appellant, is serious about, they're not just sort of trying to delay the process, but it's not so much it's going to stifle someone's ability to make an appeal.
Well, Mr. Maurer, in our board packet, you indicate that a typical appeal costs about $2,400 staff time, public noticing, hearing costs. So at the high end of your range of $300 to $600, only 25% of our costs.
Right.
Is that typical?
That's typical. I think as colleague read several different appeal amounts, they range from $150 up to about $400. That's fairly typical. The appeal amount is set low so that everyone has the ability to file an appeal if they feel wrong filed the decision that's been made previously.
On the basis of 25% of our actual cost for an appeal, I think $500, $600 is probably a pretty good deal, isn't it?
Well, I don't know how to deal so much, but for a condition of approval that might cost hundreds of thousands of dollars on a subdivision, yes, that would be a big deal.
Yeah.
For a neighbor that's concerned about something going in next door, that may not be a big deal. And that's a plus. And unless we went to a full billing,
actual time involved,
time and material tracking, I think that we just have to choose a number that seems reasonable.
I can't see the success in the T&M at this time. I would look at $500, $600.
When the last time was these were updated?
I think it was 2010, but I'm just sort of having a guess. I know that we reviewed the structure. There was a study that was done just before I came on, so about 2.5 years ago, and that's where that $2,400 amount came from the study of our operations.
Right, I saw that.
2013.
But we haven't updated the fees. I was on the planning commission until 2010, and I don't recall that being done at that time.
In 2013 was a fee study, and I believe it was brought to this board, but we didn't make a decision on raising fees.
I just don't have the paper in front of me to know when the last time I had done it.
It's been a while since it's been updated.
Right. We were looking at an all-encompassing fee structure, I think, for many maybe departments or within a department. And so we didn't, I don't recall raising any fees when we saw that.
No, we actually chose to not at that time.
Yeah. And Mr. Maurer, I guess the same reasoning would apply to the appeals for the planning commission. We're looking at about the same amount of time and materials spent to deal with appeal on that.
Right.
That would be our second variable listed in the chart.
So again, right now, planning department doesn't get any revenue for processing appeals of planning department. And it takes the same amount of work as an appeal from.
But these fees would come to the planning department?
Yes.
Credited to the planning department's budget?
Most years, we're talking about a really insignificant amount of money, except for last year, it was 15 appeals. So, then you're starting to talk about a little bit of cash. But, still pretty minimal when you look at the overall.
It's a nominal amount.
Budget for most years. I would go for it. That's why I would definitely go for the lowest recommended here. I mean, I would even just go with $100, $150, just to so you make people pay something. But we're not going to be recouping much cost anyway. So that's I think that's the most democratic thing to do. Is to keep the feel low. That way, if people want to get involved and they don't like a project or whatever, it's not a constraint. So I would go for the lower fee of $100 actually.
Mr. Mauer,
keep it
sorry.
there.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Got your turn.
I thought I was too. Yeah. So the current fee of $100 is fine with me, and I would just and then we could do for the appeal of the planning department and then appeal of the planning commission $100. That was my suggestion.
I would reiterate my amounts of $500 for both each.
Medical cannabis cultivation zoning clearance certificate. But we did give direction on the fee be studied with that, and including the tax structure at our last meeting. I would like to see that one pulled off of this one at this time. You're not actually issuing anything at this time, are you?
No, there's an ordinance in place. My intent of having it there was that we had something so when the ordinance was adopted and we were going to get a flood of applications, I'd have to be in place. Otherwise, we'd be processing those without anything.
Without any reimbursements.
And it would be a bottleneck to come to the board to try to get that process going. At least it's established.
The fees don't take effect for 30 days. So.
And this is just for your time again. There was made mention of other departments, and all those other departments are going to have fee structures associated with the work that they need to do.
I was using this opportunity since we had the resolution in front of you to add this, just as maybe a placeholder. I mean, it has to be accurate, and this is what I calculated. I think it's going to cost us about 8 hours of time to process these applications. They're more than $40. We may find it's a lot more. If it's less than that, as we get into the process more, and certainly coordinate with Ag Department, Public Health, all the other departments that might be involved, and come up with a comprehensive fee for processing all of those types of applications. We already have a fee for an administrative use permit as well as conditional use permit, so someone who were to apply for one of those, we have that fee in place. We just didn't have the fee for the zoning clearance certificate.
And like anything, if we don't have a fee attached to it, there's no fee to be collected.
That's right.
Okay, I understand.
So I think 440 is a pretty good number, 8 hours?
I think so. I mean, it's
It's just for the planning department. We have to factor in the other departments, like law enforcement and environmental health.
And I think as the ordinance evolves a little bit, we'll see more whose roles each of those departments will be, what their cost is enforcing that ordinance. Everyone will have a better idea.
Would that fold into this one, or would it be separate?
Well, it'll be separate because each department adopts something. We could adopt a comprehensive fee that applies across the board to that, but I'm just looking at myself.
Oh, we wouldn't want that. We wouldn't want to do so.
Well, the AUP and the CUP do the same thing, right? I mean, it's a fee collected just for planning. It doesn't go to anywhere else.
Right.
So this is consistent with your fee structure within your department. All of these fees.
We sometimes collect the fees for other departments
Right.
Tentative map will collect the fee for the Public Works Department, Environmental Health, but it goes to them, and they adopt the amount of fee,
Right.
included in our fee structure. So it's convenient for the applicant to pay one check at one time and make some liquid application.
Do you see a difference in your time in the department from an appeal from the planning department versus an appeal to the planning commission?
No, really, the process is the same.
The same?
I guess if there was an appeal from department to commission, and then that was appealed to the board, there might be a moment of saving, time, because we've already done all the research and, the report for some of it, but we've got to do it anyway because of re-noticing, and the process for preparing the report in 1902 is different than our process for unofficial period.
So the appeal to the Board of Supervisors costs nothing in this structure? Well, I know it costs a lot, but nobody pays for that.
Right. Well, $100 for the board clerk.
Oh, okay. But, you're not looking at raising that fee, right? That fee is not being considered. I think that's priceless. I would, my take on it is that I would, on the appeal to the Planning Commission and Department, I would look at a $300 fee. The Williamson Act, I would hold off and ask that it be deferred to the Ag Committee for additional review and study and brought back to the board for consideration. I'm okay with temporary use permit at 100, temporary use permit for other at 3. The time extensions are fine, and on the medical cannabis, I would agree with the 440 at this time. That's, like you said, about an 8-hour day, and it is more or less like an over-the-counter permit.
We figured about 2 hours to take in the application, do the research. We'll have to do an inspection. So there's, probably 4 hours involved in driving out there, looking at it, inspecting the site, and then another 2 hours of follow-up.
Mm-hmm.
I'll calculate how that would work.
Okay.
Now, if we find that, for example, that the Ag Department can do the inspection instead, then we would drop that fee and revise it to.
Then it would go to the Ag.
Reimburse for their time.
Okay.
I would say the appeal to the planning department and the planning commission should be set at $500. There is no reason why people can't combine on an appeal. We have seen that, and it wouldn't cost any more than $100 a piece if they're doing that. The Williamson Act, yes, I agree, pull that out. And the other fees, I'll agree with Supervisor Pawnee exactly how she described them.
Going down the list, or?
I agree. So do you want to explain the time extension administrative for the public?
So we have two provisions, or a provision in our code that we can extend the time of the permits when it applies. Usually when a permit's approved, there's a certain time limit. For a conditional use permit, it's for the end of the next calendar year. For a tentative map, it's usually 3 years from the date of approval. Depending on who the approving authority is, if it's me, then it's administrative extension and my process. We still have to look through things. The only difference is that the planning commission requires public notice up front and hearing time. That way it's a little more expensive. I think that when the fee schedule was adopted last time, those two just got transposed, and we just corrected that error.
Okay. So my thought is, because I've been watching this for quite a while, actually. My thought is the planning department would be well served with a $500 fee. Planning commission, the same. I mean, it's the same work, right? Williamson Act again, pulled. I think we got work to do on that. Temporary use permit 1 day. I just have a hard time with that $100, but Well, it doesn't matter, I'm outvoted already, so. You know, I'm thinking more like $25, because I know how hard it is for a person to open up a booth and just stand there all day long and have 5 people show up, you know, and then and a lot of times they end up losing money in a lot of cases, so. But, you know,
Yeah, we get rid of that as far as I'm concerned. Pull the rest of the wood.
Isn't this a much, it's not just a vendor out there on the street, is it?
well, then Debbie was talking about the bicycle events and things like that, which we aren't covering, so that's good. That's good. So I guess I'm good with that. Temporary use, good, and, you know, Debbie came up with good suggestions, and I'm happy with that too, so. Okay.
So the appeal for you on the planning commission is 500?
Yes.
Chris is at 150?
Or 1.
Steve is at 5, I'm at 3, so what's...
Mike's at 5.
Mike's at 5.
I was at 6.
I would support 5.
Okay. And let me give you a little bit of reason behind this, because I go in there and I'm listening to some of these, the ladies that are in that the processing and stuff, in many cases, and they get inundated with work. They're trying to do, you know, multiple jobs, so you get some, and I think they feel a little alone sometimes. And so we need to recoup some of that. Maybe it can provide some assistance somehow over the bigger scheme of things. So
Well, I'm coming from, you know, the money you give, the money you say is costing, you know, that $2,200 to $2,400. So, you know, this is recouping a portion of that. And I still think it would be, you know, affordable for people to be able to appeal, maybe a group appeal or whatever happens there. But, you know, I think there's, you know, I would really be interested in the time study, and I know you don't have the infrastructure for that, but I would be interested in that information. So I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to adopt a resolution updating the fee for the select planning department applications, looking at appeal of planning department and planning commission at $500 each. Holding off the Williamson Act until it can be reviewed and vetted through the Ag Commission and the Ag Committee and brought back before the board for further review. Temporary use permit for 1 day on outdoor sales at $100. Temporary use permit for other at $3. Time extension administrative at $1,091. Time extension planning commission for $919. And the medical cannabis cultivation zoning clearance certificate for $440.
Are you sure about your
Because your
administrative
proposed fees.
time extension? Is that goes backwards, I think.
Did I? Oh, I'm sorry. I did the proposed fee at $919 for the time extension administrative for $919, and the time extension planning commission for $1,091.
And the last issue.
And the cannabis at $440.
I would second.
All right, so we've got a motion by Supervisor Ponte, second
Could
by...
I just clarify the motion? So, motion to amend the resolution. We would probably want to amend the resolution to remove the whereas regarding the statement regarding the Williamson contract. So as long as it's part of the motion, we can go.
Yes, I would remove the whereas on the Williamson from any part of this ordinance at this time. Resolution.
And I would second that. Amendment.
All right, got a motion by Supervisor Ponte, a second by Supervisor Calaveras. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, we have 4-1. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Brower.
Yeah, thanks. Okay.
I'll give you a copy.
Thanks.
Think you can get it?
Yeah, I can work it fast. All right, number 6. Calaveras County Sheriff's Office recommends the Board of Supervisors authorize
A resolution to apply for and accept award from the California Department of Parks and Recreation Division of Boating and Waterways, Boating Safety and Funding of the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office Boating Safety Unit for fiscal year 2016 and 17 in an amount of $174,926.
Sergeant Stark, Sheriff's Department. This funding is the annual award we get from the state. It goes towards staff and equipment for both marine safety and the dive recovery team.
Okay. Any public comments?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Pondy, second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That was a record.
I wish we could have done this first.
We thought it was going to be controversial.
Careful what you ask for.
All right, Human Resources. Director of Human Resources and Risk Management recommends that the board adopt an attached resolution approving the contract with Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association for January 1st, 2016 to June 30th, 2017.
And I'm assuming Judy's probably running over here as we speak, but we came to a 18-month extension of the current contract with basically the same increase to health benefits as was approved by the Deputy Sheriff's Association, and again with increasing the CTO amounts to 80 hours maximum, and some other language including the standby pay being increased from $2 per hour to $3 an hour, which is consistent with what SEIU receives. Bereavement leave being updated to 24 hours per incident instead of annually, and a floating holiday. And here's Judy. And a floating holiday as in the DSA contract. Again, the cost to the county general fund towards health care is $47,696, increase to uniform allowances $3,100, and increase to standby pay $6,000.
Okay.
I ran.
I knew you were.
Any public comments on this? Board comments?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Ponce. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, I'm going to pull the board. Do you guys want to keep going or take lunch?
Finish up.
Yeah, let's just finish it.
Okay. All right, Human Resources, adopt a resolution authorizing changes to the position control list to reestablish a victim advocate position. Approve the attached job description and adjust the salary range of the victim witness coordinator. Calaveras grant funding for victim witness program was increased by the state expressly for this purpose.
This that we're bringing before you is to add a position of victim witness advocate, which will assist in the program because at the moment we only have victim witness coordinator that is working with those victims or witnesses of crimes. And so this will assist in the prosecution, so in handling of those victims and witnesses. Also, we're bringing before you is the job descriptions for both the victim witness advocate and the victim witness coordinator, because the coordinator will supervise the victim witness advocate. And as required by the Cal OES grant, they required the Human Resources Office to go out and do a market survey and do a parity increase for this position to bring it up to market. And so that's what we're asking for.
Okay. Any public comments?
Yes, I have a question. You said is it to reestablish or add? Is this a new position or is it a continuation of something that was ongoing or existed before? Then, of course, my regular questions is how many victims were served last year through the Victim Witness Program? What is the total budget? Because I didn't see it on if what I looked at. How many positions would that be in the victim witness? And I'm assuming 2. And what are the wages for each of these positions? And what is the adjustment going from what to what for the victim witness coordinator?
I am Barbara Elvin, Victim Witness Program Coordinator. The current pay rate for coordinator is $23.36 an hour, and a 4% increase that's proposed comes out to 94 cents additional. As far as the victim witness advocate, I haven't had an advocate working with me since 2005 when my advocate passed away, and just never had enough grant funding to fill that position again. This year, the original grant budget from July 1st was $146,000. I can't remember the other part, and some dollars. And then they gave us another mid-year. They gave us another $20,090 to augment that with the request that they break up this position to parity. It was probably the lowest paid in the state, and the parity increase sort of brings me up. And I'm desperate. If I read that job description, there's a lot you do with every victim, and the victim advocate is just essential. I just can't do it all. We need that position filled, and that's very important to me.
So what's the rate, the low and high?
What I'm currently making?
No.
Oh, I don't actually have that figure with me for the advocate position. I think it was like $19 an hour starting pay.
The other question that I asked is how many victims were you served last year?
I would say around 450 individuals that I deal with through the court process. I probably pick up a couple of new victims per day. Based on police reports that come into the DA's office, I make contact with victims. Victim witness requires that we help the victims of every type of crime, whereas crisis center is domestic violence and sexual assault. And I actually have to defer a lot of my clients in that zone over there because there's no sense reinventing the wheel, and they do it very well. But all the, vandalism and assaults and every type of crime that happens, the DA's office would like to have some interaction with the victims, and so we try to do that with every victim of every crime.
And just to clarify, you're making $23.56 now, so with your increase, it'll be about $24.50.
I make $23.36, and I'll get a 94. That 4% equals 94 cents.
Okay. And then last, what were you hired in at what wage, and how many years have you been with us?
I got hired 22 years ago, 1994.
Sure.
And I have no idea what I was making back then.
Yeah, so stay on that topic, please.
Yes. Also, I'm 65 and a half years old, and as far as succession planning, that it's not an easy job, and it would be great to have somebody on board that I could train until I retire.
And just as a reminder, this is all funded through the victim witness grant.
100% grant.
Of which the total for this year with the augmentation is $168,120.
Yes.
Great.
Thank you. And I thought I was on topic.
If we don't add these positions, then we do lose the funding for them. And currently for the victim witness program, we only do have the victim witness coordinator, and there is a clerical position, and that is it. And it's not enough to meet the needs of the position of the program.
Okay. Any other public comments? Board comments?
Move to approve.
Okay.
Second. We have a motion by Supervisor Kearney, second by Supervisor Calaveras. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the work that you do. I know that's... Let's get at it.
Thank you.
Okay, so the number 9, the director of the first number 9, the Director of Human Resources and Risk Management recommends that the Board of Supervisors approve the attached resolution approving the contract with Service Employees International Union Local 1021 for January 1st, 2016 to June 30th, 2017.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director, and today I'm bringing before you a resolution approving a ratified contract between Calaveras County and the Service Employees International Union, Local 1021. And during our initial meeting with SEIU, we asked them for an 18-month contract extension due to the financial uncertainty left by the Butte Fire, and through the county's negotiator, Don Turco, and in coordination with the CAO, the Board of Supervisors, we met and bargained in good faith with SEIU bargaining team, and we came to an agreement. Originally, we asked for the 18 months, but through the bargaining, it's a little bit less than that, and the contract will end June 30th, 2017. We have agreed upon an 8% in the county contribution of the health benefits, CTO increasing from 80 to 100 hours, bilingual pay increasing from $50 to $75. The bereavement leave has been adjusted to 24 hours per incident, a floating holiday of 8 hours, and we are adding fleet manager and junior engineer to the food allowance. The cost to the general fund will be $44,125 annually for the county contribution toward the health, and the non-general fund, $95,909. The bilingual pay will be $800 to the non-general fund. Any questions?
And just to clarify, this is negotiations that we've come up with to be able to give us an opportunity in the county to be able to extend these contracts so that we can kind of figure out where in the heck we're going to land with the Butte Fire and the effects on the county, correct?
Yes, and I want to thank the bargaining team of SEIU and especially Amy Eves for their understanding and extending so that we can look at where the county's at for our next bargaining sessions that will start in March of 2017.
Good. Just supposed to show you that we're all in this together.
Yes. Yes.
Great.
This bargaining unit and a few others.
Yes. All of the bargaining teams, CCPSEA, their president, Wanda Maddox, DSA, their president, Rick DiBasilio, and then SEIU. All of them have been very understanding in the county's position and with letting us look at what the Butte Fire is going to mean to us. And then with the understanding that when we start bargaining again in March of 2017, we will understand a little bit better what we have to bargain with.
Okay, great. Any public comments on this?
I'll make a motion to approve.
A motion by Supervisor Honke. Second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? 4 and 1 absent. All right.
Did we lose Supervisor Wright due to lunch or another conflict with the meeting?
Yeah, he had some personal issues, so.
Okay.
Human Resources, 9 again. So it's number 10, right? In all general purposes, it's number 10?
9B.
The 9A. So the Director of Human Resources and Risk Management recommends
That's the one that has to be eliminated.
that we recommend that one.
We're going to
That we eliminate that one, right? That's what you're recommending?
Right.
Okay, good. Number 11. Administrative Office approve an amendment to the Conflict of Interest Code for San Andreas Recon Park District.
Do you want me to?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Last year, around this time, we were working with the special districts to do their biennial update of their conflict of interest codes. What we did was many of the districts adopted a new code where they became their own filing officers for their own Form 700s. This is the one for San Andreas Rec and Park. They did not update at that time. However, they updated it. So they updated it, but had not gotten it to us to be approved by the board, and it doesn't go into effect until it's approved by the Board of Supervisors. So that's what this item is so that they can file their own 700s with their agency.
So their Form 700 would go to their staff, and then they would take care of. You don't have to.
That's correct.
Well, how sweet is that?
Great.
Okay. All right. Any public comments on that? Board comments?
Move to approve.
Okay, got a motion by Supervisor Kearney.
Second.
Go ahead. Second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 4, 1 absence.
The next item is the appointments to citizen boards, committees, and commissions. The ones that we have on the agenda for today are, there are 6 vacancies for positions on the Parks and Recreation Committee. For District 2, there were 2 applications submitted. However, Gordon Long has withdrawn his application. And for West Point Cemetery, Bryce Randall has submitted his application. He was also an incumbent. And for Macomb Hill Cemetery, Patricia Yoakum has submitted her application, and she has also been acting as an incumbent.
Okay.
And Reuben Childress is applying for the
He's the
position,
incumbent, right?
and he's the incumbent as well.
Okay. Any public comments on this?
Question. I didn't quite understand. Parks and Recreation has 6 people that have applied
No, there's 6 vacancies.
in the Parks and Rec?
For the,
Not
for
Rec and
the
Park.
commission. Countywide commission.
Oh, the countywide.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other public comments?
Make a motion to approve.
Motion by Supervisor Ponte, second by Supervisor Olivera. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Was that Supervisor Olivera the second, or Supervisor Kearney?
Supervisor Olivera.
Thank you.
Admin office, appointment of applicants to serve, did that one. Board chair, department heads, Kelly West, field update on Butte fire recovery.
Good afternoon, Brian Moss, Administrative Office. Mel and I will be here in a minute to speak about the DROC, Disaster Recovery Operations Center. And we're starting to wind this down a little bit, which is really kind of nice. As you know, Charlie's no longer with us here from Calaveras, although Dana remains on board with us, Dana Ellis. We are still meeting every other Monday. As an update, we were meeting every Monday and Thursday initially when it started, then backed off to every Monday, now every other Monday. So things are moving forward. We're making progress on this. And the board was sent a couple of EEIs yesterday. I also just sent you an update real quickly on the number of MHUs that have been placed in Calaveras County. I think we're just one shy of the maximum that we were expecting of 27 or 28. So with that said,
that's just over here.
That's actually part of it's here, and then the others are, as you know, 2 here in San Andreas at the mobile home park, and a couple more up on that Ridge Road. So, Calaveras. cannot remember. Lakeside Mobile Home Park is one, and the other one was Calaveras Valley. That's another name now. So I don't remember what the exact totals are, but I believe that there's only one left that needs to be placed, and then we're there. But with that said, I'd like to introduce Mel Knight. Mel Knight is a retired director of environmental management in Sacramento County and has joined Calaveras County in the DROC program and process and agreed to stay on for a couple more months. Is that correct?
Right.
All right. To oversee the final cleanup of the property. So with that said, again, Mel Knight, and he will talk to you about that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Appreciate the opportunity to be able to participate in this cleanup. Jason's away at training, so asked that I might show up and update you. And I'll just start. We have sent the update that gave you some of the numerics that we're telling each week, so that should hopefully answer some of your questions or keep you informed as to the progress. And starting with at least the first thing on the right of entry program, while we're always dealing with issues, it's, in my view, very, very successful at this point. We've now got more than 800 properties in the system. More than 75% have now been successfully cleared, and they're moving along at a pace that should have the final events done in late March, early April is what's being projected now. A couple of issues that have come up recently, as you may know, there was a proposal for a temporary transfer station that was not supported by the federal government or the state. We're now working on an alternative that will allow the soils to go as alternate daily cover to the Rock Creek site, and that looks like that will be approved. So that will be moving forward. Also, what's coming up now with so many of the cleanups being completed, issues that relate to road conditions are coming up. And the DROC is working closely with Public Works on trying to make sure that whatever has been damaged is being addressed properly. And they're working on that now. There are now we're estimating currently about 50 properties we recently notified because they were not either in the right of entry program or they were not otherwise accounted for. And of those, we're already hearing from many of those to get them either in or out of the program. And we're estimating that we'll probably have about a dozen that will be doing self-certified cleanups. We're going to have probably another dozen that won't require an official cleanup. And then there may be as many as 10 or 12 at the end of the day that will end up where they won't be part of a program. For whatever reason, they were unable to do the necessary things on their part to take advantage of any of the programs, and will probably have to be the subject of some abatement activity. And I'm working closely with your code enforcement folks. Hopefully that number will be very small, but as we're seeing in other areas, there's always a couple of those. So we'll work with both council, code enforcement, and others to make sure that goes smoothly. And it's going to be a shame that folks who had the opportunity to utilize the subsidized program, they won't. But like I said, as many times as we'll contact hundreds of people, personal contacts, phone calls, whatever we can do, even site visits. There's just a few, some of whom have issues that go beyond what we've been able to deal with. One person wields a gun when our ROE people come by, and they, through no fault of their own, are a little reluctant to approach that property. So we'll see what happens there. This concludes what I've got to report on. You prepared to answer any questions?
I have a question. What happens when no one complies and it doesn't get cleaned up?
When no one?
When it does not get cleaned up.
It does not get cleaned up. What will happen is they've received now a couple of letters that says your property status is unclear. Will you contact us? If we get no contact or there's no progress, we'll eventually issue them a cleanup order. We'll work with the code enforcement. I've talked with Todd. He's prepared to work with council's blessing to make sure we're going through the appropriate procedure. We're going to try to utilize the existing contractors from the state so the county does not have to front the dollars to make that cleanup happen. And then we will end up that they'll be obligated to pay the cost of that cleanup if they aren't part of the program. So that's why I say it'll be a shame.
At some point, it would go into the code enforcement arena.
Yep.
In the administrative process, and it could end up in the courts.
It could. It could.
And the county would bear that cost.
And as I understand, because of the public health concern, there would probably be a clean and lean process implemented. So whatever endangerment was thought to be there would be removed, and then there'd be pursuit of the property for its repayment.
And you estimate are in the category of
as the numbers drop, and I'm estimating that we'll probably have from half a dozen to a dozen at the most of the 819 ROE and about 20 some odd that are doing their own cleanups.
Okay. Thank you.
So you know who they are already?
We have some the property numbers, the address, contact names from the assessor's roll. We've made multiple contacts, and there's just a few, like I said, that are that way. There's a couple that we actually do know who they are, and we've actually had sheriff on site for at least 2 of these, and so we'll be pursuing those, and we may, in fact, initiate those sooner rather than later.
Question for CAO, Brian. Cost of cleanup is going to be kind of expensive. And I understand the property value could be assessed up there. Is the county going to be at risk for exceeding the value of the property due to the cleanup costs if they don't act? In other words, we're looking at $30,000 to $40,000 to clean up a lot at the county expense if we don't get anybody to respond. That could be a liability for the county.
That it would go back and lean against the property.
And there's really no relief for that. We have to clean that property out.
It's a safety hazard if we don't. It's a health and safety hazard.
I'll make the board aware of that.
Yeah, so best thing to do is keep at them until they...
Oh, and one of my jobs, and I appreciate the board supporting the continuing effort here, one of my jobs is to assist Jason, who's got another job to do, on making sure that he and his staff are able to do environmental health work while I'm doing a lot of this pursuit. I just, a few minutes ago, made calls to property owners that had not been responding to the DROC, and in both instances was able to make contact and get them to approve access. So sometimes it just takes persistent activity. I think we're going to have to do physical site visits. We're going to be exhausting every opportunity here, and there may be some ways we can temporize some things to minimize the cost. But indeed, it is a very costly process.
It is. Question, sir.
Yes.
Well, I understand our satellite transfer site has been rejected by that government.
Well, there was supposed to be a temporary establishment of a transfer station, a temporary transfer station that probably would have eventually become a permanent station. And FEMA and the state would not agree to fund this. Because of that, they were unable to move as quickly to make this into the permanent expenditures they were going to do.
So we're actually going back to our original plan of trucking with the 10-wheelers versus the end dumps that we can't use now.
Yeah. So they'll be doing primarily what they have been doing before. Yeah. Now the soils will be able to go to Rock Creek as alternate daily cover, which will take a large volume of
soils are cleared for that.
Yeah. So a lot of
soils from what?
Soils. What happens is when they do the clearance, they clear all the heavy stuff. Then they take a blade and take 3 to 6 inches of soil, typically, sometimes even more. The soils, even if they have some contamination, will not be. Even things like asbestos and metals aren't water soluble. So it ends up that they can actually be safely used as cover at a landfill, which receives groundwater monitoring anyway. So that's something that's being gone through the approval process. Yeah.
Why would it continue to go to forward?
Well, a lot of landfills, even if they're authorized to take certain waste, don't want to. They want to avoid any potential liability, stigma, or whatever may occur. So a lot of things are sent forward that could have gone to other locations. But possibly correctly, landfills are pretty reluctant, if they have any question, to take any sort of material. So they err on the side of protecting their interest. And that's pretty common.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
I have a
Thank
question
you.
for Brian. Thank you.
That's right.
Could you talk about what Assemblyman Bigelow set up?
Thank you. Actually, and I believe it's AB 2136, but I have to look at that again. There was a bill that was introduced on Friday by Assemblyman Bigelow that is going to attempt to bring us property tax relief over the next several years. I haven't seen what specific that is as far as the timeline is concerned, but that's the request, which is not uncommon. That's part and parcel of what the board requested. The other side of this has to do with the county share of costs, which is 6.25% after the CDAA funds and the FEMA funds are put together. We still have that 6.25% cost, as you know. So I would tell you that as far as the bill is concerned, we're halfway there. As far as Berryhill's office, Senator Berryhill, he actually his office has an issue. Probably noticed in my emails back and forth, has guaranteed us that indeed they're working on putting some language in an existing bill for that 6.25% to make us even and make us full. So just to let you know, we are making progress on that front. Also, as the board's aware, and I stated this before, we have met with Senator Feinstein's office. We also met with our Congresswoman last week. There's Congresswoman Sanchez, very interesting as well. And I guess what I'm just trying to say is keep the spotlight on Calaveras so that people are aware that we still need assistance and we still need help. So that's kind of what's happening on the legislative front. Real quickly, Supervisor Edson asked about the MHUs, and what I have here for a spreadsheet, which I did forward to the board just recently. We have 12 MHUs at Foothill Terraces subdivision here in San Andreas. We have 3 at Bighorn Mobile Home Park. That was the one well, that's interesting. I thought they were going to put some at Lakeside, but I don't see that. But in San Andreas Mobile Home Park, we have 2 as well. So that's where we are right now.
That's just the ones at the public.
That's correct.
In the bigger facilities, so there are still...
And then there's also MHUs, absolutely, Supervisor Edson. There are MHUs out on the properties because it was really interesting going out with Chief White last week and seeing some of these placed out and about. And it's actually very encouraging. It was very, very encouraging. I also shared that with Congresswoman Sanchez and said, you're probably familiar with those because she's been in Congress for 20 plus years. You're probably familiar with those FEMA units. And she agreed, yes, and certainly she was. So anyway, I think we're making progress. I know we're making progress. And again, it's one step at a time, and we're getting there. We're getting there.
And I know that with day before yesterday, and I'm sure that most of you have seen a young lady that came to a couple of our meetings. Her name is Gina, and I won't say her last name. Yesterday, the day before yesterday, they received their MHU, and so she was extremely happy because they were running into some pretty good issues up there, and so they wanted to make sure that we thanked county board for pushing for them too. So, and I'd like to also make a comment that I appreciate Senator Berryhill and Assemblyman Bigelow for stepping up and looking out for Calaveras County. Great. And even right from the beginning, we were in contact with each other for support from day one. And as a matter of fact, Assemblyman Bigelow came up for a tour even early on, because he was concerned, and they both have been great support for us. I'm happy to see that.
Agreed. And are there any other questions of the board?
Any public comments?
Thank you.
I just wanted to thank you guys and Brian and other department heads for affording me the opportunity to listen in to the progress that's been made, and I appreciate Brian's coming to the meetings and me being able to listen in. I think there's still a lot of work that needs to be done, and I hope that you will, even if Brian does come to give formal updates, that you be aware that there's still a lot of need up there to recover. So thank you. And thank Brian and his people.
Peter Rich, gentlemen. Some question kind of bothered me before, and a previous gentleman walked out here a minute ago. He referred to something as stuff. But I know the brain is here. I want to greatly respect. We get all this toxic material up there. And I know brought to the forefront because of the fire. But where all this toxic stuff came from all of a sudden? Is that just a plain ashes? Maybe I missed my chemistry class. Is it from the metal melting? The metal was there before it might melted. Is it lead in a copper piping? Sometimes it would be nice to know where all this toxic material just all of a sudden appeared. If we know that certain toxic material is going to be used again, is there something we can do to prevent it? Is it lead from soldering the copper pipes? Is it the toxic materials on some kind of tank? I mean, you're pulling up 5 inches of soil, and it's toxic. You have to send it someplace very special. Where the hell all that garbage came from, folks? Is that from the building? Is that because it might use lead paint? I mean, maybe there's a real simple answer to it. But some stupid, dumb person like me, where the hell this came from? I mean, I understand the bugs coming from, but where all this toxic metal and whatever else is that you have to shred the ground 6 inches? One of these days, okay? I don't want to put anybody on the spot. But I would love to know where all this toxic stuff came from. Is it just the trees? It could have been just the trees. Because if a tree falls down, it will deteriorate in time. But it's got the toxic material. It must be coming from someplace. In the old constructions, was that wide? Is it a lead? So I'm sure you folks know all the answers, so make me look stupid. Come on, give me the answers.
Some of the answers. We don't.
Some of the answers.
But we have our former environmental manager here.
Good.
Do you?
Oh, yeah. I will speak with you privately, Peter, if you'd like, or I can address it in public.
Michael Calaveras.
You what now? You want who? Where? Huh?
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Okay. Yeah, please. I don't want to,
Any metals,
just
toxins,
educate the some dumb foreigner over here. Stupid question.
No, I'm not going to agree with that statement, Peter.
That's all right.
I think you're more valuable than you give yourself credit for.
Would you please put in a newspaper and have it publicized? I need a raise too, by the way.
Okay. Now, Peter, to address your questions, chemical changes take place in household products. You mentioned most of the items you mentioned can result in heavy metals. That material is deposited in the soil. To the extent of where that deposit extends to or ends is determined by someone making an analysis of that particular lot. If they say scrape 3 to 6 inches, they're using a barrier or an allowance, if you will, to pick up all the suspected hazmat material, not toxins, but hazmat material that has to be disposed of. In some circumstances, you can take that hazmat material and place it in landfills as long as it meets acceptable levels. Some are so contaminated they cannot use it for landfill alternate cover, so it has to be transported to a place of storage or destruction. So what they're doing is right.
And so a good example is your glasses. Your glasses are man-made material. You got a lot of shirts are nylon, carpets.
I feel so naked. Don't look at me like that, Mr. Chairman.
Please. Stand behind the podium. That's a good place. The pens, the computers, the TVs, all that stuff. A lot of the older houses had asbestos. A lot of them had lead paint, so that lead paint, when it burned, it went into the foundation, into the ground. The
good example, which I hope that we can think of in the future, is when the solar people had solar and they were off the grid. A lot of them had batteries in their well pump house. And so when that all burned up, where do you think all that material went? It went in the well. And so they had to clean up all that they can there. They're going to have to do some testing on the well. The solar panels themselves burn and that's heavy metals and a lot of other chemicals. Your regular household chemicals are a good example. They're testing for that too. So they have a baseline that they go by, and then they test. And so the difference is what they're looking for, and that's what they're trying to pull off each property. If they don't, that will go into not only the groundwater, but also run into the creeks and things like that. And
that's the water.
Could be a possible when it dries out and it starts blowing around, then your neighbor's going to get a good dose of it. So it is it's a very big project.
Job creator. Thank you.
It's also very necessary.
And it's not that we're going to scrape it up and take it down to the neighborhood, Connie, and they will bury it in the ground. That's better them than us.
That's allowed by law. It gets contained in the way that it was designed to be contained by environmental health.
And keep in mind too, and he just brought it up, that some of those homes that I saw burned down when I toured up there, I saw when I was a little boy. They've been up there that long using construction standards that are no longer acceptable. But even at that, some of the new homes still have their propane tanks explode, things of that nature.
Or the propane evaporator, that's what's not going to stay liquid.
Right.
And a tank that's made out of steel, so.
Who knows?
Who knows?
Okay. Good example is, you know how you get treated wood? You go up and buy treated wood that you normally put on a mud seal. When it burns, what's the residual of that is arsenic.
I hopefully that all this good stuff, and I'm sure it's all valid, 100% true and correct, make a list. And when they rebuild the house, they say, hey, no propane tanks, no paint, no insulation.
No nylon shirts.
No nylon shirt, no ink pen, and move back into the cave, and don't burn anything except maybe whale oil for the light.
So we have a method.
Thank you, folks.
We have a method for cleaning up, and that's what they're doing.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. That was very educational. I appreciate it.
Wow.
Want to add anything there?
You guys want to work for environmental health? Actually, very well covered. And I just want to clarify a couple of things. The other things that we see out there are mercury for mercury switches, those kinds of things that are in household products or household parts, if you will, and like I say, thermostats and that kind of thing, part of the HVAC systems. Again, everything from compressed gases to the mercury in the switches. Again, good examples, by the way, of things burning and the molecular composition changes, and that's what you're pulling out. The other thing I just want to clarify real quickly, the material that goes to the landfill that Mel was talking about would not be something that would be very toxic. Obviously, Supervisor Oliveira touched on that. The other part of the landfill is it's part of the leachate control recovery system. And so that area the alternative daily cover, the ADC, is going on, is actually an enclosed unit. It doesn't look like it when you're out there, but it's an enclosed unit. It hits a hypalon liner eventually when the water makes its way through, and then it's captured in a hypalon liner pond as well, and then that evaporates during the year. Also, the landfill has several monitoring wells around the area looking for what we call the synthetic organic compounds, which is a lot of what we're talking about here. Not to mention the volatile organic compounds, again, the mixing of those chemicals within inside of that area. So with that said, that would be kind of the answer. Again, great job on explaining what's really happening when you have a fire like that. Thank you.
Great.
I wouldn't like to say that, but I would say that the trace elements that need to be removed from the ground that have accumulated in the ash Of course, they were present at much lower levels in the building materials at acceptable levels. But when the fire came through, and also we're probably talking about plain old wood too, has trace elements in it that become concentrated, and the concentrate is the thing that Brian and Jason and his colleagues are removing. So they were there all along, and they didn't get volatilize or go up in smoke. So it's the ash that contains the things at higher concentration.
I just have to say this to kind of back that up. A good example of that is if you have a 4x8 that's painted with lead-based paint, unto itself, if you take that as a whole, it's not a hazardous material. You remove the wood from that, which is what's happening in the fire, all you're left with is lead-based paint, and now you're over the maximum contaminant level for the lead, and it is a hazardous material. So that's just backing up what was just stated is, again, it may not be hazardous material around the house where it's at because of the way it's distributed or in the form it's in, but certainly you remove some of that. In this case, you remove the wood, all you're left with is the lead. So it's just another example of that.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Any board comments? Okay. Take a 5-minute break, please. Okay, ready?
Mm-hmm.
Roger that. Hey, you can keep talking if you want to. I'll wait for you.
No, sorry.
Okay, so let's move on to our consent agenda. Any members of the public wish to remove an item on the consent agenda? Any members of the board would like to remove an item on the consent agenda?
I'm shocked to deny.
With that, I'll make a motion to approve the consent.
Before we do, I just was speaking to Mary Rose in our office, and she had indicated to me that Mary Sawicki wanted to pull number 18 and move it to a future board meeting. I guess there is some additional language they want to put in the lease regarding ADA issues. So that would be the lease agreement between the County of Calaveras for the mental health living room space.
Okay, so we'll remove number 18 from this agenda, consent agenda and move to a later date.
I'll make a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda minus 18.
All right, second. So I have a motion by Supervisor Ponte and second by Supervisor Oliveira to approve the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 4-0. One absent.
When's the last time that?
Board member announcements. Supervisor Ponce, you want to go first?
Sure. So I do want to, we have an IHSS meeting scheduled for next Monday, 10 o'clock at the Senior Center. We'll be talking with our new members, and County Council, Diane here from the Clerk Recorder's Office will be here to help explain the Form 700, and we'll have Rebecca from the Auditor's Office to talk about stipends and the IRS rulings for that. And Bonnie was kind enough to pass out the first newsletter of sorts for this particular committee. So I ask that you read it and comment on it. There'll be other opportunities to do some survey work to find out what our consumers and providers are looking for in a newsletter. Attended the Child Support Agency meeting yesterday, and the Child Support Agency is putting on a workshop on March 28th at 1:30 in Sonora, and this is actually a workshop for any board member that might want to attend and learn more about the agency. Steve, I know you're an alternate to that committee, and that might be something of interest to you. Mike and I currently serve on that committee. Attended the EMS meeting earlier this month, Hillcoporopoulos, And Pat Murphy, who has served as a liaison for the EMS, is officially retiring, and be a big void there. The office is taking a look, or our EMS management staff is taking a look at divvying up those responsibilities for now through the end of the year, and doing some additional work with finding out if that is the specific need that we need for a liaison, how we might kind of modify, change the job as we move forward. But anyway, currently the services will still be there and divvied up with the current staff. Tomorrow, Supervisor Kearney and I, along with a few other delegates, are attending a District 10 meeting and stopped in to meet with the director there to discuss COG funding, or excuse me, not COG funding, but funding for the Highway 401 train project. I attend on a regular basis the Calaveras Recovers Board, and just want to bring the board up to date that they have some great folks doing publicity, both getting the information out in the local papers, the news organizations overall, both for print media and TV and radio, and of course they have a Facebook page related to this. They're channeling publicity kinds of requests that come from local media into this particular committee, so the message can be consistent and accurate in regards to the recovery process for Butte Fire. Most recently, as being reported in our local media, we had 10 members of the Calaveras Recover group go through a very extensive case management training, and so they have 10 folks right now who serve on this committee, who then, as people come and apply to the housing needs or unmet needs in regards to Butte recovery, and this case management team is very well versed now in being able to assist people and kind of direct them into various funding resources, perhaps help them out on some unmet needs, and eventually into the housing category. So doing lots of great work in that regards. And I just have to say that Alan Sinders serves as chair in this, and he has a wonderful group of volunteers working with him at the board level, as well as volunteers in general, and doing a good job in getting this Calaveras Recovers project out there, and it's a long-term recovery process, so they're in it for the long term. We're also, at the county level, the FEMA representation and Cal OES representation is slowly leaving as we're beginning to kind of stand on our own 2 feet and work through the myriad of paperwork that we have to go through to get services into our community. And but we will have a FEMA rep who is available to us, but they'll work out of the Region 9 office in Oakland and attending meetings as well along the way. And the group is leaving. Cheryl is leaving, and I know Cheryl has worked with the county in different regards, but this particular group has been able to kind of hang on to a little bit longer, but not much longer, to help in this transition process. And then one of the things I want to, I think, acknowledge, we had lots of volunteer working in the Butte Fire of all different aspects, but also more importantly, we had a lot of funding come from different groups outside our community and within our community. And one of the projects, monies went into the Calaveras Community Foundation, and they recently awarded some monies to go back into street signs. And so it's been nice traveling through the Butte Fire, the street signs, and probably street signs in some areas that were maybe never there before, or they weren't the regulated street signs, you might say. So it's been a nice project to see that come from donations that came from the community at large and went through a process within the foundation and granted to, I believe, the fire district in the area. And they are utilizing those funds to get street signs up in the areas most damaged by the Butte Fire. And the other thing I'd like to pull the board on is that I have had a couple of constituents in the Copperopolis area ask that we consider a ban on fireworks for Calaveras County, given lots of different reasons. I know that we have discussed this in the last couple of years, and we've had the fire chiefs comment on it. We've had community service groups comment on it. And, we never really brought it before board for overall discussion. And so I just want to ask the board if that's something we want to have on a future agenda for consideration.
I would like to discuss it.
If you do it, it's got to be done quickly. And the reason why I say this is if they haven't done it already, these nonprofit groups are placing their orders with these fireworks companies. It's right, literally as we speak, and they're obligating themselves for it. So if it's going to happen, it has to happen very promptly. I'm not against discussing it, but I do want to put that out there.
Yep, including the CHP. That's one of their big, large fundraisers too for their Explorer program.
Mm-hmm.
So there's, I'm not against discussing it.
No, I'm not either, but I did talk to my fire chief about it last year. And, but I don't have a problem with it. It just has to be done promptly.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're discussing it for the following year.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, so we can bring it forward.
And that's kind of been the discussion in the past too, timing of it as to when to discuss it. And, there's been some folks who say that the safe and sane fireworks aren't the problem, it's the other. And so there's been lots of discussion in the past on this, but in fairness to the constituents that wanted to propose a banning of it, if the board wanted to hear it, we can discuss it, and it is maybe something that takes place or not.
I personally think it's too late for this year.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know that there's folks out there already placing orders.
Well, I can tell you from being in the being in an industry that sold them, we ordered them in December.
So we can discuss it if that's what the board poll is. We can't make a decision on it right now, but we can discuss it. Okay? So we can bring it forward in a future date. Right?
For discussion and discussion only.
So
Yes.
it's a study session. There's no any work regarding a draft ordinance or anything else that you would be expecting at this juncture.
Yeah, I would label it as a study session because of the timing of things probably already ordered, and in fairness to these groups, I certainly would want the fire chiefs and CAL FIRE to weigh in. And if we don't have any ordinance on the books, that takes time. So, it might take us, we might be looking at this in July, August, to give people ample time to comment, and it goes into effect next year. There's lots of players to consider, or nothing at all may happen. But I certainly would want fire chiefs and community organizations to weigh in on it. Maybe it makes for a night meeting in July.
Night meeting in July?
Are you done, Dan?
Yes.
I attended the CSAC board meeting, a teleconference in Sacramento, and kind of a slow weekend for us. We had a little snow on Thursday night, so we fielded actually on Wednesday night, we fielded some calls regarding our snow plowing operations up in Arnold. Attended the Central Sierra Child Support meeting on the 22nd by a teleconference. We discussed some issues there, and Debbie, I guess you attended in person, didn't you?
Yeah.
Attended the LAPCO meeting last night. We discussed some things that are coming before the board. I understand the letters coming before the board regarding the land use issues with the general plan. That letter was drafted and it's going to be submitted after LAPCO board accepts the final draft of that and forwards it to the Board of Supervisors. Other than that, I am meeting with two gentlemen, actually a committee that is looking to bring a manufacturing facility to Calaveras County in conjunction with a skilled, trained technician program, starting with our high school students, continuing young adults. That's very, very encouraging. We had the opportunity to speak with the owner of a company that supplies the aircraft industry and the military government industry in the tooling phases, indicating that he wants to put a manufacturing facility up in this county. We are progressing that aggressively. Also, I'm working with a group called TechRush.org. TechRush.org is a group of individuals in Murphys that has designed what, if you will, a computer boot camp for children or young adults, starting in about approximately the 5th grade, up to our high schools. They'll be providing a 30-hour training session on computer skills, graphic design, website building with laptop capabilities. So that's going to be held at the Murphys Library. I am working on finding some funding for those folks. They're on GoFund right now. And they are really got a great program. It'll be a 6-week program, 5 hours, 1 day a week, limited to 15 students. And this will be the first of the boot camp, if you will. They plan on holding that throughout Calaveras County. We're trying to work with Chamber of Commerce and some other things. I did attend the Calaveras Mariposa Central Economic Development District and found out some interesting information that I think we're going to let Mr. Supervisor Edson talk about if he desires at this time. But I'm encouraged on a program that we're putting together as a county, and I think they're doing a good job. Thank you.
At last Tuesday's lengthy board meeting, I was not able to attend something that was very important, and I was disappointed over that, but such is life. The Area 12 Agency on Aging brought a public hearing over here on a survey they did for the needs of our seniors. Fortunately, we had a fairly good showing from the population, and I did hear about it. There is a lot of opportunity to improve services to our seniors, and I think we've got some pretty good advocacy groups and organizations here that we'll be able to do some more with, and I'll get back to you as I update those issues. Also, Area 12 Agency on Aging has a phone number, if you're listening out there in TV land, 532-6272. If you need help on your taxes and you are 60 years or older, the AARP has a foundation that they bring, and it works in conjunction with Agency 12, and you can get help filing your taxes with them. Also, Area 12 Agency on Aging, I brought it up before, but I'll just reiterate it. At the Mercy Firehouse on Wednesdays and the Jenny Lynn Veterans Memorial Hall in Valley Springs on Thursdays from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. They have a lunch for seniors. There, if you can afford to donate, you're welcome to do that, and it does help, but you're not obligated to pay. It's a great time for, if you're a senior citizen, to come and share some moments and also a meal, and I encourage everybody to go to those and fill those rooms up. From early in the morning on Monday, I attended a conference at the COG conference room regarding a committee that has been put together, as Supervisor Connie expressed, to represent the county and some shortfalls that we are facing in developing our roads, and in particular the Wagon Trail project. We will be going to the District 10 office in Stockton tomorrow to represent the county again with the committee to do our best to make sure that that project goes forward, and we receive the funds to make that happen. There's many years invested in it so far, and we don't particularly want to lose that. Tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock in the Bret Hart multi-purpose room, we will have a COG meeting. It's not the regularly scheduled one. I won't go over the agenda, but it does address specific issues. Last Friday, I dropped in and attended a board meeting of the Valley Springs Area Business Association. They're doing their best to create some events in the area and some excitement. And on last Saturday, I went to Calaveras Consolidated Firefighters Association and Auxiliaries crab feed. I really am not a fan of crab, but I love going to these events, and they had some great pasta and bread there, and wonderful time with people. And it was a good time to have by all.
Good fundraiser, too.
It was a very good fundraiser for them.
Okay. So I only have a couple of things. On the 17th, which, by the way, was a very hard day for me to move around after the 16th. I was burnt. That was a long day for us. Usually I don't really get that tired, but I was tired that day. I met with Sherry Roosh, Zero McDaniels, and Jeff Krovitz, our Public Works Director, and Melissa Eads in regards to the Safe Routes to School at Valley Springs Elementary. And this is something that has been needed for a very long time. It's a little bit crazy over there during pickup time for the kids. Drop-off is okay, but pickup time, it's kind of like having a bunch of kids running around on a freeway. And I'm hopeful that we can find a solution for that. I know that Robert Packinger has had some plans for it, and they may have changed due to funding possibilities, but I'm thinking that we should probably try to figure out a way to get this done, because it's just a matter of time. That's a pretty busy school. And then we had a chamber meeting, and I belong to the education committee on the chamber. We were talking about sponsoring events, educational events, and some of the things that we came up with are already in the works through the leadership program through chamber, like the Business Resource Center, which will be coming to the board on March 8th for discussion, and hopefully for some direction. And then the Innovation Lab is something that Larry Cope is very interested in doing over here. So we were looking for a site, and the suggestion is that we take a look at the old jail and see what it can, see if there's a possibility for a fit there. I think there might be some money that could help with some of the issues over there, but really it's actually a pretty good spot for it. The Innovation Lab in Tuolumne County is a really neat place, and there's a lot of businesses that actually buy into that and are involved in it. It's a good place for students and businesses and training and overall networking and learning about different parts of industries. For instance, I've never seen a 3D printer before. They have 3 of them over there. That's pretty cool stuff. So, and the program behind it and learning about that is really neat. Also, there's a young lady down in Valley Springs. Her name is Jessica Hugart, who is she's a mover and a shaker. She's the new events coordinator for La Contenta, and she came up with an idea that I think is pretty good, and so I want to kind of go after it through the chamber. It's called Family Boot Camp. And what we have in this county, I know everybody's district has the same thing. In many cases, there's a lot of dysfunctional families for many reasons. And what this Family Boot Camp would do would be to take and invite some of these families to go into a boot camp of sorts and have some methods and trainings on how to actually work together as a family unit, and learn how to deal with each other. It's pretty hard, and that's kind of a big challenge. But I believe that it works in other places, and there's probably a lot of good models out there for it. And I think that it would be invaluable in our community if we can get something like that going. And she has plenty of energy for it. So that's a really neat thing that I've been pushing in the chamber educational program to be able to, so that they can help fund that. Yesterday, I had one of the highlights. Whose is that? I had.
You know it's not money.
Yeah, you don't have any high-tech stuff, do you? So yesterday, a couple of weeks ago, I met with Columbia College here with Terry Strange and Steve Christensen, who runs the water school here at Calaveras High, and then also Tom Hofstra from Columbia College, he's a PhD in the natural resources, and a couple other people. And so they invited me to come over and give the watershed management pilot program presentation to the natural resources class. And so I did that yesterday. And I got to tell you, that was one of the best things that I've actually done since I've been in office. And the one thing that I really liked was that those students absorbed it and they understood it, which is a testament to Tom because he's their instructor. He's a PhD, and I mean, apparently he's right on track and right up with what needs to happen. I also toured their campus, and he has done projects within the campus for vegetation management, and the very exact same thing that's within this program. So he's really excited about it. And so I was very pleased that as I left, he asked that we actually, he's hopeful that we will consider Columbia College as being a part of that program. And that meant a lot to me. So I feel that Columbia is a really important part of this whole thing, because they are the school up here in the Sierra Nevadas, up in this part of the country, and they have a class that actually deals with this, the stuff that we're dealing with bug kill and wildfire danger and the water and all of that, and the fact that they're that interested in it and the class got so excited about it is encouraging. So, and that's all I have. Sure.
Just want to remind the board of the special meeting Thursday morning at 8:30 in the admin conference room to hold the interviews for county librarian.
Thanks for reminding me. I had it on my calendar.
Thursday morning. I already have. Oh, yeah. Why? Because
where is it at?
It's in the admin conference room.
Will that be the only position at that time?
Yes, that is the only position we'll be doing at that time.
Okay.
There's 3 of them, 3 interviews.
One has withdrawn.
So did Karen put that in there, or did you put that in there, Diane?
I'm sorry?
In our calendar.
It was not me.
Oh.
Either.
Because I know it was not me when it's that color.
Oh, that may have been Judy. I don't know. Sent the invitation.
And I love it when we have that calendar schedule thing that the staff does for us.
Mm-hmm.
That's so helpful.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, you know about that, huh?
Yes. It doesn't even compare my technological advancements to yours.
I have none.
That's how I have.
Okay.
Nothing.
Just that Form 700s are due April 1st, so you've got the first reminders went out, and the special districts that may be viewing the meeting, if If you haven't adopted a conflict of interest code, do that so that you can keep your own 700s.
Okay. And
Chair, I have another comment. So I have a statement I'd like to read. For Tuesday, February 24th, 2016, to the community of Calaveras County. Today, I announce that I will not be seeking re-election for a second term to the Board of Supervisors. My decision was not easy, as I enjoy the work and the challenge of being a county supervisor while working with citizens of our community, governmental agencies, community groups, and county staff to help develop policy and provide leadership in our local government. Last June, my husband and I lost our 22-year-old daughter. Michelle. I nearly lost my mother to a heart attack the same night our daughter died. Many of my family members and friends were the backbone of my campaign. My mom and Michelle were at my side helping with the many aspects of campaigning, including our social media, signage, candidate nights, and walking the communities of District 4. I believe the mental roller coaster and the emotional turmoil of a campaign is not something I wish to endure at this point in my life, or to put my family and close friends in the campaign spotlight. I want to thank the many people who have supported me throughout my 4-year term thus far. I will continue to do my best to represent the constituents of District 4 and to serve Calaveras County as I complete the rest of my term throughout the end of this year. Sincerely, Debbie Ponte.
Okay.
Okay. Meeting adjourned.